Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a little piece of heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 40, Lunar Dukkha, Fall of the Black Sun. In the center of Las Noches, Aizen stared at his espada with an expression of smugness that surprised everyone around the table. It had been one day since his forces had retreated from their positions in Soul Society and the world of the living, where they had suffered heavy losses. Only 4 members of Espada remained. All of them were seated around the table, and the majority of them wore the same expression of displeasure. The one exception was the always impassive Quattro Espada. "Well then, Ulquiorra, how is young Oriamanu doing?" Aizen asked him. "Zamari, Grimjo and most of the dead Fraxion have been already revived and should be returned to their original state in a few hours. Neutra and Yami are alive and currently recovering their reserves of spiritual energy. Kurosaki Ichigo is physically fine, though seeing my new Fraxion seemed to have unhinged him." Seeing the disbelieving looks on the remaining Espada faces, Aizen smiled. They did not understand. Good. Though it seems our fellow Espada are having trouble understanding your words. Perhaps you should explain to them just who your Fraxion are." With a nod, Ulquiorra turned to his comrades. "A few weeks ago, Aizen-sama ordered me to capture 2 hollows. As with every hollow, these 2 hollows used to be humans, though the notable fact is that they used to be former friends of Kurosaki Ichigo while he was still living as a human." At that point, Starkey glanced at Haribel. She gave no clear reaction to the words, though there seemed to be some sort of comprehension playing in her eyes. "I found them and took them to Las Noches, where Aizen-sama turned them into Aaron cars." "Bah! Why waste time and the Hogyaka with 2 weaklings, whoever they are?" Baragon grumbled with a slap to the table. Ulquiorra didn't seem perturbed and continued. "During their life, they seemed to have possessed some sort of attraction towards Kurosaki. Apparently, both of them died in a violent manner during Kurosaki's hollow rampage in the human world, and, in their death, these emotions turned into something more dangerous. An obsession. From this obsession, through Hogyaku, their abilities came into existence. I cannot comment on their emotions since they are a foreign notion to me, but Aizen-sama is certain that the nature of their abilities can help us understand them." Ulquiorra explained and turned to Aizen, who gave him the briefest of nods. "One of them possesses a power of event rejection, which means she is able to limit, reject, and negate any kind of event that has happened to her target. It is an ability that trespasses into God's territory, though its effectiveness is tied to her willpower and spiritual energy. With it, she can even resurrect the dead." When he said that, the 3 top Espada looked at each other and then back at Aizen with shock in their eyes. However, he wasn't finished just yet. "The other one possesses a power of event endowment, which means she is able to grant, bring forth and force upon her target any kind of event. It is basically an inversion of the first ability, and together they form 2 sides of a coin. However, this one has harsher limitations based not just on her own willpower but also on her imagination, knowledge, the type of the event and the target's own spiritual energy. Basically, she cannot create what she doesn't understand." Silence that followed lasted for more than a full minute. Eventually, Starkey was the first one to find his voice. How is that even possible? Together, they are practically omnipotent." Aizen quickly shook his head. "Far from that, Starkey. Because of their spiritual power, their limits are, for now, very clear. Aside from that, they are unable to create new life, which is a true sign of omnipotence. Also, their obsession with Kurosaki is hindering their imagination quite severely." Still in shock but apparently satisfied with the answer, Starkey backed down and simply shook his head, quietly whispering something to himself. Looking away from him, Aizen gave the rest of the Espada a quick glance. "Well, enough of that. The important thing is that your comrades will join you in a few hours. We haven't lost anybody." Not looking at Aizen, Baragon then let out a quiet mutter. "Yes, Baragon? Something you want to say?" Aizen asked him in an even voice. "I said we haven't lost, but you did. Your abilities failed you." Aizen's expression remained the same, but, with a flick of a switch, the air within the room grew heavier. "Ah, yes. It seems my informant wasn't aware that the new captain of the 3rd Division is capable of negating any Shinigami powers. Still, his power doesn't seem to differentiate between an ally and an enemy. As you could have seen, using it didn't help them very much. Rest assured, Baragon, even without my Zanpakuto, I am more than enough for the Godi I-13. Baragon must have sensed the tiny shift in Aizen's demeanor and wisely decided to shut up. Once more, silence fell upon the area until the last person in the room who, so far, hadn't said anything spoke. What exactly did we accomplish, Aizen-sama? Risking my girls for nothing. That, I don't like. Haribel asked quietly. The air within the room slowly returned to its original density as Aizen turned towards her. That, my dear Haribel, is a question our last 2 comrades will answer. You must have noticed the absence of both Sailaporo and Araniro. Neither one participated in the battle, be it in Soul Society or Human World. Starkey raised his head and leaned forward to rest his forearms on the table, joining Haribel in looking at Aizen with surprised eyes. The Primera slowly nodded to himself. I honestly believed them to be left behind in Las Noches. Sailaporo is a scientist, not a frontline fighter, and Araniro, well, while resourceful, I don't think he can match the power of captains. Especially the stronger ones. Instead of giving an immediate answer, Aizen smirked and grabbed the teacup in front of him. At an agonizingly slow pace, he poured himself a bit of tea, and only after he took a short but loud sip, he spoke again. No. The mission in Soul Society and our battle in Human World, while serving many different and less important purposes, were mainly just diversions to hide my true intention. I was told they have been successful, but they are yet to return. He announced. Only a few minutes later, when his teacup was still half full, the doors to the meeting room opened and revealed the 2 remaining members of Espada. Aizen-sama. They both greeted Aizen with a short bow. Good to see you back, Sailaporo, Araniro. I believe you brought me something. Aizen asked with a smile that widened as soon as he saw Sailaporo reaching into his pocket. The man raised his hand and allowed Sailaporo to place something small in his palm. Seeing it with his own eyes, Aizen turned to the rest of the Espada. This, my fellow Espada, is the Hogyaku. When he noticed their confused stares, his smile grew even wider. With his other hand, he reached into his own pocket and then raised his palm to show it to them. Though different in appearance, there was another Hogyaku resting in it. Confusion in Espada's eyes was replaced with bewilderment. This, my fellow Espada, is my own Hogyaku that I have been using all this time. The one Sailaporo and Araniro brought to me, is the Hogyaku created by none other than Urahara Kisuke. Slowly closing his palms, Aizen chuckled. Obtaining this means we are moving towards the last phase of the plan. Prepare yourselves, Espada. In less than a week, we move. Ichigo was pacing through Las Noches like a hunted animal. He was breathing heavily and cold sweat poured down his forehead from the sheer amount of pressure building up within his mind. Parts of his clothes were torn, though there was no blood. Attack had come from nowhere, propelled by unexplainable anger towards his person, coming from 2 girls he had used to know. His lips were moving as he kept repeating the same thing over and over again, a mantra to keep his sanity intact. Why? He reached crossroads and turned left, without even knowing where it was going to take him. It didn't really matter, though. He wanted to go away. To be anywhere but there. Why? His impassioned outcry resonated through the narrow hallway like a small explosion, but there was nobody that could answer him. Because of the confined space, his voice turned into a repeated whisper that began to tear his mental defenses with each repetition. Why? 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 Why are they here? Oriaminu and Tatsuki Arisawa. Bringing his forearm close to his forehead, he used it to wipe the sweat away. In his mind, he was trying hard not to panic. The 2 girls from his past came back to haunt him like agents of chaos, personifications of his worst nightmare. They were no longer among the living. No longer human. Sometime in the past, they had died and turned into hollows. Without his knowledge. When? He had tried to think about it rationally ever since he had woken up a few days ago. However, Any logic that he had desperately to find in it had flown through the window barely a minute after that. It was just impossible to think about the current situation without getting his emotions involved. They were alive. Alive, alive, alive. True, as far as he could remember, the last time he had seen his human friends, they had all looked very much alive. Sad, mournful, and grim, but alive. His father had even told him he had been trying to keep them alive and unharmed. Then why did it happen after the man had fled the human world and had returned to Soul Society to prevent Aizen from taking Ichigo with him? How did it happen? How? Even without Ishine, there were still others who had been supposed to keep an eye on things. Not to mention the Godi 13 who was monitoring the human world at all times. Or was it? A hand shot to his head and he used it to furiously scratch his scalp. It just didn't make any sense. Did anyone else know and just kept the knowledge about their deaths hidden from him? Who would do that? Why would they do that? An image of a man popped into his mind and caused him to grit his teeth. Of course. There was a certain man with a bad habit of keeping secrets. It was not Ishine, not Aizen, nor anyone from the Godi 13. Urahara Kisuke. But why? Why? Large stairway appeared in front of him. Without as much as a huff, he blazed across the stairs like a gust of wind. His legs moved automatically and carried him as far as they could. They had to have been dead for quite some time now. It was a morbid thing to think about, but it had to be the truth. No matter how strong, simple hollows could not just become Eren cars worthy of Aizen's attention. And it had to be Aizen who had turned them into Eren cars. There must have been a long period of time after their deaths before they had been taken to Las Noches. Enough time for them to evolve into Minos. His steps came to a sudden halt. He knew. Aizen had known about them. He had known but hadn't said anything. But why? To torment him? To keep him from spiraling down the torrent of depression? To help him or to wound him? No. It doesn't matter. They died. Died. How come he hadn't noticed their deaths? There had been plenty of times he had been on a mission in Karakura town. Sure, he had tried to keep away from any place and location that could have triggered a memory of his time alive, but still, more than a few times, he had passed their houses and yet he had never noticed anything strange. His whole body went stiff as a series of inexplicable emotions flickered through his mind. Shit. He had noticed something strange. It had been after his rampage in Hueco Mundo and before he had found the Vezado. That time, he had taken a long stroll across Karakura town and had passed near Oriamanu's house. That time, he had noticed it was dark and gloomy and had appeared not to be used for some time. That time, he had thought it wasn't strange. But at that point, the girl must have been already dead. He started to breathe fast and promptly began to move even faster than before. Something he couldn't name squeezed his insides with a cold hand and didn't want to let go. Was it fear? No, that couldn't be. He was no longer afraid. Yet with each step he took, the feeling of dread grew larger. Why? What could have happened? What reason was there for not telling him? If Urahara Kisuke knew, then Yoruaki would have known as well. If those two knew, his father would have known as well. Why didn't they tell him? What were they afraid of? It's not like he was the one who killed them. Cold, grim shiver ran across his spine and rendered him paralyzed. He froze in the middle of his step with his right foot hovering above the ground. His heartbeat became so pronounced, the sound of it turned into an echo that filled the air around him. It was painful. Almost as if his heart tried to jump out of his chest. His lungs seemingly collapsed and he found himself having trouble taking a breath. The inside of his throat dried to the point of being a desert of Hueco Mundo. It finally dawned upon him. It had been him. It was him who had killed them. There was only one instance where it could have happened. During his fight with the Kazumioji assassin, Hanzo Nukui. Where he had lost control. The fight, after which he had been told there might have been human casualties. There had been. At least two. Oriamanu and Tatsuki Arisawa. his hand began to tremble and beads of cold sweat began to form not only on his forehead but on the rest of his body as well. He didn't feel like a warrior anymore. Him being a fighter and a soldier turned into a nonsensical notion. With the death of his two human friends, he felt himself turning into something vile and dirty. A murderer. He was a murderer. For a long time, he had been convinced that the only people he had killed so far had been those who deserved it. Not anymore. He had killed innocents. Those who he could no longer even think. The realization of his despicable, horrid crime completely shut his brain down. He didn't even attempt to reject the fact. He made no attempt to deny the truth. Plain and simple, it was impossible to do so. The only one responsible for their deaths was him and him alone. He had done the one thing he had never wanted to do. He became the villain of his story. The story of his afterlife. Being gray was no longer an option. Instead, he had joined the dark without even knowing it. He felt guilt spreading within his chest. He felt rage burning his insides. He felt disbelief widening his eyes. He felt self-disgust churning his stomach. He leaned into the nearby wall and vomited. He had killed them. He had really done it. There was no coming back from it. From this point onwards, he couldn't be the hero anymore. He couldn't be the one on the side of justice. Creating a peaceful afterlife, his little piece of heaven could no longer be done with him being allowed to live there. No, once he created it, he would have to forfeit from his current state of being a living dead. From this hybrid existence as a wraith of evil. A feeling of self-loathing overtook his senses. He was the villain. Strangely enough, admitting it gave him a tiny peace of mind. He could act like a villain and nobody could say anything. Right? I can do something for them. Yes, a villain like him could help them. He could save Oriaminu and Tatsuki Arisawa. They wouldn't have to live as mangled souls anymore. It was easy. It was simple. He just had to kill them. He just had to slay them with his Zanpakuto and purify their souls of any and all evil acts they might have committed. It would definitely help them. They could join the reincarnation cycle and be reborn as better beings. They wouldn't have to suffer anymore. He was going to make sure of it. With that in mind, his right hand slid to the hilt of his Zanpakuto and gripped it tightly. The thought, the idea of justice almost completely formed within his mind when an unexpected voice entered his ear from bare inches away. Careful now, little spy. Wouldn't want Aizen-sama to know about your true allegiance, would you? He froze. He recognized the voice. Quinto Espada. Neutra Gilga. A sexist. A chauvinist. A thin, skeletal pig of a man. I have no idea what you are talking about. He managed to say without allowing his emotions to flow into his words. In return, Quinto Espada chuckled with clear derision seeping into his voice. But you do. I heard you speaking with that little bitch captain. But don't worry. For now, I'll keep quiet, but who knows, maybe a word or two will spill. It'll all depend on your willingness to cooperate. Talk to you later. When he was sure the Aaron car disappeared, Ichigo allowed himself to swallow heavily. He was still a villain, therefore, he could do anything he wanted to do. Or was he? He was Kurosaki Ichigo, wasn't he? What could Kurosaki Ichigo do? Hanging by the thread, edging around the abyss of his sanity, Ichigo stalked his prey with glazed eyes. It had been 2 days since his run with Neutra, yet he was still alive and still shrouded in the shadow of a pathetic spy that he was. So far, the Quinto Espada had made no move and no further contact, which was a fact that was driving Ichigo mad with dread and turmoil. There was no escaping it, his cover had been blown and it was just a matter of time before he'd wake up dead. Funnily enough, despite the fragile state of his mind, Ichigo was still aware of his impending doom. Either Neutra enjoyed tormenting him or he was just biding his time for the appropriate moment. Both possibilities were more than just plausible. If he were to guess, Ichigo would think the man wanted to do something horrible to Neliel. The animosity between the two Aaron cars was always so palpable, it made the air around them heavy. But Ichigo didn't guess. He didn't need to. He wasn't going to wait until he was properly exposed in front of everyone. He was going to act first. For the past 2 days, he stealthily followed Orium and Tatsuki everywhere they went and, in the insane part of his sanity, he quickly created a schedule of their habits. One would say it was borderline impossible, nobody was that predictable. But that was the problem. Orium Inu and Tatsuki Arisawa were anything but normal. Without mentioning their abilities, about which Ichigo had just a fleeting idea, the two girly Arankars had only one thing on their minds. To find him, catch him, bind him, torture him, heal him, repeat the last two several times and then kill him. In other words, they were obsessed to the brink of insanity. Why, he had no idea. With that in mind, Ichigo quickly formulated a simple plan. Ulquiorra had rarely been seen in his Fraxion company and that left the two girls open to a surprise attack, which was something Ichigo was planning on using to his own benefit. It was so easy to find the two girls and make them see him wandering through Las Noches without a care. It wasn't even that suspicious, he often did wander aimlessly. Before doing so, though, he visited the door behind which a single prisoner of Godii 13 sat within her cage. A short visit and a provoked quarrel later, he convincingly tripped over his own feet and bumped into a panel that was keeping the cage locked. Without looking back, he hastily stepped out of the room and slammed the door with so much force, it slightly bounced back to remain open just enough for the lock not to work. Only then he proceeded towards the part of Las Noches where he allowed himself to be seen. The bait worked flawlessly and, before long, he stood in a shadow while keeping his Ryotsu as low as possible and waited for the two girls to step into his line of sight. And in a matter of seconds, they did. Silently, he brought his released Zanpakuto down on the closest girl. She didn't even have the time to move or scream. Two halves of her body fell on the cold floor with a sickening squelch, splashing blood and entrails on the nearby walls. When he saw what he had done, for just a split second, the mist in Ichigo's eyes cleared and his sanity returned. It was enough to make him stop and stare. Barely, he forced back the urge to vomit. However, the hesitation cost him dearly. The second girl rapidly spun around and, seeing the gore, screamed. Only then he noticed whom he had slain. Tatsuki Arisawa. He cursed and quickly turned towards the other girl. His Zanpakuto moved but before it could slice through Orium, a translucent barrier appeared in front of him and something invisible blasted him backward. There was no pain and Ichigo almost chuckled evilly. If that was the extent of her power, Orium was only prolonging the inevitable. But then his eyes caught the translucent barrier around the dead girl and he felt a mixture of bizarre curiosity and horror. The dead girl was no longer dead. She was still very much in two pieces but those pieces were quickly being sewn together as if the injury had never happened. The glazed gleam in Ichigo's eyes returned and grew more profound and the small part of his mind that was still intact sent an important message to him. He fucked up. Panic seeped into his body and, with a resolute yell, he moved towards the girls with every intention of smashing through every and any barrier and killing them in one fell swoop. Like a blur of doom, he moved towards them with his blade already descending. Only a few inches separated his Zanpakuto and the nearest girl. It was a small gap between life and death but he was unable to cross it. A bare hand appeared in front of him and stopped him in his tracks. "What are you doing, Kurosaki Ichigo?" Impassive voice filled his ears and he immediately recognized it. He shifted his gaze from his intended victim and towards the owner of that voice. Ulquiorra. "Heh, of course, you're here. The only time I decide to move and you have to be here. Heh, like the snake face says, ain't that a bitch?" Ichigo stated with a half grin and a half sneer. Ulquiorra didn't reply. Instead, he looked directly into Ichigo's eyes and narrowed his own. Then, while still keeping Ichigo at bay with a single hand, he glanced at the two girls behind him and nodded to them. "Go. I'll handle this." His Fraxion gave him defiant looks but didn't dare to resist. Meanwhile, Ichigo's whole expression twitched and, seeing the hand that had stopped his blade, he gritted his teeth. His spiritual energy responded immediately and leaked into his body until he felt the rush of power. He pushed. His blade sunk into the opposing hand and drew blood. That brought an immediate reaction from the impassive Arankar who quickly turned his attention back to Ichigo with one eyebrow raised. Ulquiorra casually eyed the blood flowing down his hand and then used his other hand to force Ichigo backward. "Most impressive. I did not think you could cut through my arrow. Experiencing a roller coaster of emotions, none of which seemed pleasant at the moment, Ichigo could only grimace in return. I am the one who cuts down trash. Seems to me like I didn't do anything surprising. Ulquiorra's emotionless mask properly slipped for the first time. A twitch of the nose betrayed his annoyance. Funny. I was just thinking it's time to get rid of the garbage we've been tolerating here for far too long. For just a moment, the two of them stared at each other, Ichigo filled with immense hatred and Ulquiorra looking mildly annoyed. Then the moment passed and Ichigo shot towards the Aaron car with speed that allowed him to cross the distance between them in a blink of an eye. He brought both swords down on him hard, but Ulquiorra raised his sword only casually. A mistake born from obvious underestimation. To Quattro Espada's immense surprise, the blow from Ichigo carried too much strength and he found himself unable to stop the enraged teen. Together, they skidded along the hallway until Ulquiorra's backside collided with a wall. Even then, Ichigo's momentum couldn't be stopped and the wall shattered. Only then the Aaron car fought back. Ichigo felt him pushing back and immediately stopped the onslaught. Instead, he spun around and sliced at his opponent with his large Kyber sword. Just as he wanted him to, he let Ulquiorra block the attempt and forced the Aaron car to try and stop his other sword with just his hand. The blade carrying his Quincy legacy glowed with power and sliced through Ulquiorra's palm cleanly, leaving nothing but a deep gash behind. When blood spurted from the wound, Ichigo used Shunpo to create a small distance between them. What was that? Ulquiorra inquired with narrowed eyes when it became clear that his high-speed regeneration had some difficulties in healing the injury. Ichigo did not answer and simply sneered at him. Let me pass and maybe I'll answer you. In return, Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes even further. Cockiness is for those who carry power, Kurosaki Ichigo. Not for garbage like you. The Aaron car stated and flickered out of existence in a buzz of sonito. Thanks to his Pesquisa, Ichigo managed to react in time and brought both his swords in front of him to ward off the inevitable strike. His arms shook but did not buckle. Yet his feet left the floor and he found himself crashing through the walls until he realized he was no longer within the building. Flipping himself in the air, he landed on a soft cushion of a sand dune. The battle continued outside. Once again, his Pesquisa alerted him of a presence appearing above him. Hastily leaning backward, he evaded a vicious slash and retaliated with a powerful spinning kick. However, his opponent proved to be too fast and his foot hit nothing but air. Almost reflexively, he parried a sudden strike from his right side. He skidded along the dune but withstood the attack without sustaining injuries, just numbed hands. You seem to be under the impression that you are stronger than you think. Let me disprove this delusion. Ichigo ignored the jibe and focused on the blurry series of strikes coming from every possible direction, from every impossible angle. Slashing, slicing, and cutting, Ulquiorra attacked him relentlessly and Ichigo found himself on the defensive. Yet no matter how much his opponent tried, Ichigo remained standing with both swords held tightly in his hands. An occasional cut and bleeding incisions decorated his body, but the blood was quickly drying up and wounds were quickly healing. Ichigo's high-speed regeneration was working in overdrive. It was tiring, but thanks to it, he was able to easily keep up. When Ulquiorra came down on him from above, Ichigo quickly shifted his smaller sword to allow his index finger enough freedom that he could point it at his opponent before it was too late. Bakudo number 1, Sai. The lowest level and slightly underpowered Kido spell did nothing more than jerk Ulquiorra's hands to the sides, but that was enough for Ichigo to lower himself down and slash his Zanpakuto along his shoulders before the Aaron car could defend himself. The tips of his blades slid across Ulquiorra's torso and few droplets of blood splashed against Ichigo's cheeks. Back of a pale hand hit him in the back of his hand and sent him rolling across the sand dune. He managed to stop himself before he crashed into one of the few remaining pillars in the area. Not about to stop and dwell on the pain attacking his skull, he got on his feet with a jump. His eyes fell upon his opponent, who stood a short distance away from him, giving him an even gaze. I see. Aizen-sama wasn't wrong. You did manage to raise your pathetic standard. Still, do not celebrate yet, Kurosaki Ichigo. Despair is yet to come. The Quattro Espada stated and, once again, vanished from Ichigo's sight, only to appear behind him. Ichigo was already moving and he spun around to block the incoming strike. He was still blasted away. The attack didn't harm him, but that didn't seem to deter his opponent from repeating the same thing over and over again until they reached the edge of Las Noches. With one last strike, together they crashed through the thick wall only to land in the world of eternal night, Hueco Mundo. Only then Ulquiorra stopped his pointless pattern and Ichigo sneered at him with all of his might. "What, you don't like the sun?" Instead of answering, Ulquiorra suddenly released a wave of green Ryuryoka that swirled around him until it created a blanket of energy. Feeling the formidable Ryotsu coming from it, Ichigo's eyes twitched. Though he was still very much in his role of a villain, the battle brought back some of his senses. Any espada ranked 4th or higher is not allowed to release his or her Zanpakuto within Las Noches, as our power alone could destabilize its structural integrity. "I brought you here so that I could show you the face of despair, Kurosaki Ichigo." In front of Ichigo's eyes, a burst of black and green spiritual energy shot away from Ulquiorra, only to fall around him as green rain. The Arrancar raised his Zanpakuto. In close, Mercy Lago. So far, Ichigo had seen only one Arrancar's resurrection, Dordones. Neliel had repeatedly refused to use her own for training and Stark with Haribel had enough power without it. In a sense, this was Ichigo's first time witnessing a proper release of a Hollow's power. And it was terrifying. Whether it was because Ulquiorra had that kind of effect by himself or because of the heavy, dense ocean of Ryotsu settling all around him, Ichigo didn't know. In his distorted state, he was unable to appreciate just how utterly grim it all felt. The only thing he noticed was the drastic change in Ulquiorra's appearance. With large, bat-like black wings sprouting from his back, long hair, and 2 horns extending outward to the sides from the remnants of his hollow mask, the Quattro Espada was beginning to look like a demon. "A demon for my villain. Good. Keep your eyes on me, Kurosaki. Don't blink for a second." Ulquiorra flickered out of existence and reappeared right in front of Ichigo with something akin to a green energy javelin moving towards Ichigo's neck at a speed that even his Pesquisa had troubles registering. On pure instinct, Ichigo's hands twitched and brought his Zanpakuto upwards. A collision. Blasted to the side, Ichigo smashed through several dunes with his mind slowly catching up with the fact that he had almost lost his head. Yet there he was, quickly getting back to his feet with his neck intact, though with his breathing increased and with a large bruise on his skin. Without thinking, he let his hollow Ryuryoka wrap around him and form the mask on his face. Impressive luck, Kurosaki. With a short overhead throw, the javelin made of pure green energy left Ulquiorra's hand and shot towards Ichigo like a missile of impending doom. It was moving fast. So fast, it crossed the distance between them in a blink of an eye. Narrowing his eyes behind the mask, Ichigo jerked himself to the side and let the javelin pass him by, allowing it nothing more than to cut through his clothes. However, after throwing his weapon, Ulquiorra did not stop and watch the scene unfold. In a buzz of sonido, he was in front of Ichigo only a split second after the latter dodged his strike. With a quiet hiss, another javelin formed in his hand. Ichigo was ready. Immediately after donning the mask, he had increased the range of his Pesquisa and was aware of Ulquiorra's next move. Pushing his spiritual energy into his blade, he swung it upwards. As soon as his glowing sword met the javelin made of energy, a powerful explosion blasted both combatants away from each other. "Was that your Getsuga, Kurosaki?" Ichigo quickly got back on his feet, though he had to grit his teeth in order to block the pain from overwhelming him. Burns covered half of his torso and, until his high-speed regeneration kicked in, he was forced to endure the burn. Nevertheless, one glance at Ulquiorra affirmed his suspicion. Even the Quattro Espada did not escape completely unharmed, though his injuries were noticeably smaller. "It does bear the resemblance to Zero, but, in the end, you are still just a human and, no matter how much humans try to imitate our powers in a quest for more power, humans are still just that, imitations. Therefore, humans will never be equal to Hollow. Let me show you just how different we are, Kurosaki." Ulquiorra declared calmly, yet loudly. Raising his right hand, the Arrancar pointed his index finger and aimed it at Ichigo. "Zero Oscuras." In front of Ulquiorra's finger, black energy with green outline formed a small orb that explosively shot towards Ichigo in a large arc. Without a better idea of what to do, Ichigo raised his own hand and pushed as much hollow energy into it as he could. Zero. He muttered. A bright crimson blast of energy dashed from his palm and met the opposing energy in a showdown of power. For a brief moment, it looked as if the black energy would easily overwhelm the crimson one. But then, the crimson blast grew and stopped the black energy in its tracks, which promptly resulted in a substantial explosion. Impossible! That was a zero. And a zero powerful enough to offset my Zero Oscuras. Ichigo heard the impassive voice getting a bit less impassive but ignored it. He had to focus. One misstep could have cost him more than just a limb or two. But Ulquiorra continued. This cannot be. No matter how similar you are to a hollow, a human firing off a zero is. It seemed the emotionless Arrancar was at loss for words. Nevertheless, he resumed the battle with another javelin already formed within his right hand. The buzzing sound of Sonido filled the area and soon forced Ichigo to play along with his Shinigami type of high-speed movement, Shunpo. It wasn't a domination, but it wasn't a stalemate. The two combatants fought all over the battlefield, an area in front of Las Noches, with ferocity and power rivaled only by those at the top. Neither could gain the upper hand, but either bore signs of injuries, though Ichigo definitely seemed to be in a worse condition. When one managed to score a wound, the other would soon pay it back with interest. A gash for a cut. A bruise for a contusion. In a matter of minutes, the area around them consisted of blasted sand, craters, and air filled with smoke. It was hard to see and hard to breathe. Another clash reverberated through the area, the pure force of the blows forcing the sand to pull back in an attempt to escape the wrath of the fight. A swipe of a javelin forced Ichigo to duck. He ignored the lack of oxygen in his lungs and twisted himself to slice upwards. His attack got blocked. Undeterred, he followed it with a second slice of his other sword. Blood spurted from the wound and let him taste it with his tongue. Metallic. Just like the blood of a human. Another Zero Oscuras eclipsed the moon, but the Moonfang of Getsuga Tensho prevented it from reaching its target. Hurled towards him, yet another energy javelin tore through space where the Zero and Getsuga exploded, tearing through the smoke at a speed that forced Ichigo to use his own hand to push his head away from its trajectory. Blood poured from a gash that formed on the top of his hand. His brow twitched in annoyance and he immediately spun around just in time to parry a vicious slice of a javelin. Pushed several feet backward, he let out a quiet growl and freed his index finger. Hado number 1. Show. The burst of kinetic energy hit his opponent in the right shoulder and broke his attempt to push Ichigo even further back. Still skidding backward, Ichigo brought his smaller blade upwards at the same time as his opponent was about to leave his reach. The tip of the blade, brimming with energy, cut through Ulquiorra's arrow with surprising ease and opened a deep incision in the Arrancar's body. Ichigo tasted his opponent's blood one more time. Cold. But he was unable to think of a comparison like he had managed to several seconds ago. Not a javelin but a thin, pale palm appeared in front of his eyes and he cursed himself for shifting focus from Ulquiorra to the taste of his blood. Before he could move out of the way, the pale palm struck him across his face with enough force to make him spin around. In mid-spin, he sensed the energy javelin approaching his chest and hastily expelled a burst of Riryoka from his body. Though it worked and forced Ulquiorra to back away, it also robbed him of a portion of spiritual energy he knew he still needed. However, to his relief, it seemed his opponent took the moment to speak once more. Somehow, you are still somehow keeping up. The amount of power you can gain from donning your mask has increased dramatically, Kurosaki. But enough of this game. I have promised to show you what is the true despair. Look closely, Kurosaki, as not even Aizen-sama knows about this. For some reason, Ichigo felt his body going stiff. He was tempted to try and go for a sudden strike, but then it happened. Ulquiorra's Ryotsu that had been pressing on his shoulders ever since the beginning of their battle underwent a dramatic change. At first, it had been heavy. After release, it had become immense and incredibly dense. But neither could even compare to the Ryotsu currently seeping from the Arrancar. It wasn't even about its volume. It was still vast, but now it also became suffocating and almost tangible, like an ocean of despair washing over him with its dark intention. But Ryotsu was not the only thing that changed. Compared to his release, Ulquiorra's appearance underwent yet another transformation. While his black wings remained, the Arrancar lost his clothes and revealed his bare chest patterned in a way that his hollow hole, which became larger, appeared to be dripping black, blood-like liquid. His waist became covered in something similar to black fur that covered both his arms and legs. His fingers grew claw-like extensions, and his feet now resembled talons. The tear-like marks under his eyes increased in size and turned black. His mask completely disappeared. Ichigo had seen something similar before. It was an illustration from one of his books of Western literature. Ulquiorra, intentionally or not, became the thing he had seen on it. The devil. It was like a biblical scene of an angel facing the demon of hell. A former angel was cast from the heavens and turned into devil. A morning star shining brightly against the moon. And if Ulquiorra was the devil, then Ichigo had to be the angel. Yet, at that moment, Ichigo felt anything but that. Inexplicably, Ichigo started to chuckle. In a matter of seconds, it turned into a series of guffaws and then into a full-blown laughter. He laughed so hard, tears formed in the corners of his eyes and his jaw became sore. In a short distance away, Ulquiorra simply stared at him, seemingly confused. Ichigo simply continued to laugh. He laughed and laughed. Guffawed. Chortled. Somewhere, on the brink of insanity, it all became all too clear. He wasn't the angel. He wasn't the devil. At that moment, he stood at the crossroads, halfway between heaven and hell. It was the moment of his reckoning. He was the hero, yet he was also the villain. He was the one important. Ulquiorra was just a stepping stone towards his ascension, a preamble to his fall. Or maybe everything he could think of was just a hallucination. A byproduct of his borderline insanity. By slowly descending into madness, he was unable to comprehend the situation and his brain offered him the easiest solution of rejecting the reality and withdrawing into his own world, his personal oblivion. His little piece of heaven. Then, as if time stopped, his laughter died and his body felt light. He was close. Close to something he couldn't explain, yet something he could feel. But he still wasn't there. There was one more thing he needed to do before he could cross the gap and become whole. At that moment, Ulquiorra decided to ignore him and spoke again. Resurrection, Segunda Etapa. The second release of power. Among the Espada, I am the only Arrancar capable of it. I don't quite understand your reaction, but you refusing to back down even in face of true despair is either brave or insane. Still, this is the end, Kurosaki. Like I said, even Aizen-sama doesn't know about this and so dash. But Ulquiorra was unable to finish his thought. A voice that both Ulquiorra and Ichigo recognized echoed in the air. Well, now I do, Ulquiorra. Aizen had arrived. Chapter 41, Doomsday, Seraphim of the Myoho, Soul Healing, Part 4, The Awakening. Despite the distance separating him and Aizen, it was remarkable how loud the voice of the man echoed in his ears. But it did the trick. In a heartbeat, thanks to the rapid touch of reality, the fog inside dissolved and Ichigo's foggy, confused mind became clear. It was neither comfortable nor pleasant. The illusion of justified villainy disappeared and replaced itself by a vacuum of hysteria that made him sweat bullets. He realized where he was, and what he had done blinded him like a fallen angel's morning star against whom he had fought, whether this meant his Espada opponent or his own individuality. Through perseverance, he succeeded in not fleeing and standing in the same place. But his brain had a different plan. Against his wishes, it made him glance at the newcomer. Aizen-sama. He ignored Ulquiorra's startled lament and the fact that his opponent just emitted more emotions that he had had throughout the entire fight. It wasn't as if the Arrancar wasn't in his line of sight or that he was deliberately acting deaf. The reason for his inability to register his opponent was the sight of Aizen and the fact that the man standing at some distance beside the walls of Las Noches was not alone. He gulped. There, behind Aizen, arranged in precise rows, stood Arrancars. And it wasn't just 5, 10, or 20 of them. It was the full power of Las Noches. An army of evolved hollows, Aizen's armada. It truly pains me to hear you didn't want me to know about something so extraordinary, Ulquiorra. You are exceptional. Aizen's tone was not accusatory, and the man did not sound as if he wanted to address Ulquiorra's non-existent guilty conscience, but Quattro Espada became even paler than he was. It was yet another exhibit of emotions Ichigo ignored. He still kept record of Ulquiorra's actions, but he also realized the Arrancar was no longer the greatest threat to him. I apologize, Aizen-sama. I didn't want to bother you with something so trivial and non-essential. He held his eyes firmly to Aizen's distant figure and was very aware of the countless looks that all stood behind the man and pointed right at him. But just like with Ulquiorra, he ignored them to the best of his abilities. They were a liability, a burden that could easily bend his emotions and expose him to an even stronger risk. Risk he couldn't afford. As if reacting to the thought, a mental snort reverberated in his hollow, panicked mind. Too little, too late, Ichigo. You are already in big trouble. He was neck-deep in it and he knew it. No matter how much nonsense he could say or how many excuses came to his mind, he fought Ulquiorra with every intention of killing him, and that wasn't an easily forgiven act. Nonsense, Ulquiorra. You know I always make time to listen to my fell dash. But whatever Aizen was trying to say drowned in the deep sound of a gong resonating through the area with so much force the air itself vibrated. It was such an unexpected interruption, Ichigo disregarded the potential threat to him and turned around to look for its source. As soon as he did, he became even paler and his hands trembled in worry and panic, which went up to an unhealthy level. There, about the same distance away from him as Aizen stood, which made him literally a middleman, a gigantic Gargantuar towered over the sands of Hueco Mundo like the sword of Damocles, with dozens, even hundreds Shinigami pouring out. Low-ranking officers, high-ranking officers, on Mitsukido, few members of Kido Corps and captains alike walked out, stopping only when they noticed the scene in beforehand. Feeling numb to the core of his bones, Ichigo spotted the captain commander, and it hit him. It's an invasion. Ah, Godi 13. I'd welcome you to Hueco Mundo, but I'm sure you are already familiar with this place. Some more than the others, isn't that right, Captain Commander? Even in face of danger, Aizen seemed to remain jovial and smug. Before anyone from the Godi could react to his words, the man continued in a colder tone. Still, it was unnecessary of you to come here. I was planning on visiting you, anyway. So you could flee and then barricade yourself in Hueco Mundo by sealing the entrance. No, Aizen Sosuke. We are bringing the war to you. Prepare yourself to get annihilated. Following the captain commander's exclamation, Ichigo saw Aizen blink. Then the man erupted in a loud, hearty laughter. Ichigo ignored it and, instead, focused on only one word from the exchange he found important. Word that came through Captain Commander's mouth like a spit. War. Realization dawning upon him, he felt his throat getting dry. He wasn't afraid, there was no time for it. However, with images and memories slowly filling up the void in his mind, he realized one glaring dilemma. Where do I stand? It was a conflict of interests. Where was his place in this war? Was it to fight along the Shinigami so he could annihilate Aizen and his forces? Forces which comprised Espada he had befriended, Arrancars he had bonded with, and others he had acquainted himself with? Was it to fight along the Hollows so he could cleanse the soul society of the cancer that called itself the Death Gods? Death Gods which he knew to be corrupt, manipulative, full of schemes and underhanded evilness? Death Gods in whom he had found friends and colleagues, comrades, and good listeners? Or was it to stand at the sidelines and watch them all kill each other with feral viciousness while doing nothing to stop it? Just thinking about it hurt his mind, his heart, and his instincts. It hurt his soul and his whole being. How could he decide? It was impossible to do so. Neither side was just, but neither side was unjust. Hazily, he recalled what Kiraku had once said to him. Wars happen when both sides are fighting for a just cause. What a load of bullshit. Pulling himself out of the deep corners of his mind, his eyes were drawn towards the large group of Shinigami standing behind the captain commander. He recognized many, but some of them stood out in the crowd. His father, Rukia, Renji, Hisagi, Rangiku, and a few more with whom he had developed relationships. Even from the distance, he saw their expressions as they stared right at him. Shock. Bitterness. Relief. Fury. It meant one thing. Either they hadn't been told the truth and were in the right, or they had been and were being hypocritical. On the opposite side of the soon-to-be-a battlefield, Aizen finally stopped laughing. Do you honestly, truly believe you can annihilate me, Commander? The man asked with mirth. Answer to his question came within seconds. Do you honestly, truly believe we cannot, Aizen Sosuke? The Captain Commander countered. In response, Aizen smirked. The man seemed to be doing that a lot. Seeing that you have decided to fight in our domain, in Hueco Mundo, where air itself is dense with Reishi, I have to go with, yes, I believe you cannot, Commander. It's like you wanted to give yourself a handicap by going against my Aaron cars in their natural habitat. Hardly relevant. I alone could exterminate you all. There were several obvious reactions to Commander's statement coming from Aaron cars, but the most important reaction came from Aizen. The man's smirk faded and replaced itself with a neutral expression that barely concealed the hatred hidden somewhere deep within it. You could. After all, you have done it before, haven't you, Genri Yusai Shijikuni Yamamoto? Genocide is nothing new for you. Silence. In the wake of the harsh statement, nobody dared to speak up. Even if they could, they wouldn't know what to say. None of them had any idea what Aizen had spoken of. Or do they? Ichigo noted when he spotted a glare coming from Baragon on the Aizen's side and a downcast grimace from Captain of the 4th Division, Anohana. Do not speak of matters you know nothing of, boy. Yamamoto's voice was ice cold but also fiery hot, and the air became heavy with his powerful riot so that felt like sun itself falling from the skies. Opposite of him, Aizen stood unaffected and his sharp gaze cut through the area like a razor blade. I know nothing of. Commander, by now you of all people should know there is little I do not know. Do not question my intelligence, Balancer. Aizen's words, which came out like a hateful spit, had an immediate and impressive effect, and the Captain Commander of the Godi I-13 paled a little, though his riot so flared even stronger. He was staring at Aizen with an emotion that could not be described as anything else but pure, raw loathing. Enough. I didn't come here to argue semantics. He exclaimed. You didn't, but why stop now? Don't you think your subordinates deserve to know the truth? Not your truth, mind you. The real, true truth you have hidden behind the veil of lies and illusions so well, not even my illusions could have done a better job. Almost as if he was watching a sports match, Ichigo's head rhythmically snapped from one side to the other in order for him to see reactions of both leaders. By now, he was lost in the translation, in the semantics behind the words pouring out of both men, yet he persistently continued to listen. Even if he was no longer sure what was the subject of conversation, he had a feeling the point of no return, when one of them would state something too close to the truth, was slowly but steadily approaching. Still, even having no one to translate it to him, Ichigo understood one thing. He was getting tired of nonsense. Genocide? Veil of illusion? Hidden truth? In the conflict about to happen, none of those mattered. He firmly believed so. There was a time for talking and it wasn't now. The provocations were going for far too long and would only result in an even bigger bloodbath. For example, Captain Sui Feng. Aizen continued, pulling Ichigo from his musings as soon as the name came out of the man's mouth. On the side of Shinigami, the captain of the 2nd Division took a step forward and glared at Aizen with as much hate as she could muster. Traitor! She muttered quietly, yet loud enough for everyone to hear. Aizen waved his hand. Yes, yes. Why don't we focus on something more important? He said and glanced at the Captain Commander. Does she even know the true purpose behind the creation of her merry band of assassins also known as Onmitsukido? Did any of the previous commanders-in-chief? Ichigo saw Sui Feng's expression waver for just a split second before it settled on her previous grimace. Then again, the Captain Commander outright growled. Silence. Forming a small grin, Aizen clapped his hands once. Exactly. Silence. Their original purpose was to silence everyone and anyone who might threaten the freshly constructed truth about the current world we live in. At that moment, Ichigo felt a surge in Sui Feng's riotsu. You think you know everything, don't you, Aizen Sosuke? Somehow, Aizen seemed pleased by the accusation. No, though I consider myself being better informed than the rest. Sui Feng's grimace turned to a sneer. Well, you don't know everything. She exclaimed in a victorious tone and turned to look at Ichigo, who went rigid. "Kurosaki, your mission is officially over. You can come back." Ichigo gulped. He could feel, rather than see, every face on the scene to turn and stare at him. It made his stomach churn. He had thought he had long since become accustomed to staring, but for the time being he felt like a child again. A stare or a dozen he could take, but hundreds, thousands of them. And each stare boring into him like a laser beam trying to pierce right through his skull. That was not something he could take, and it made his knees weak. However, a true surprise came only after Aizen spoke again. "Ah, you mean the cute little attempt of Kurosaki playing a spy for the Godei?" The man asked with a broad grin that threatened to split his jaw in two and caused hundreds of gasps to echo all around. It was almost as if the man was talking about a regular, mundane thing such as weekly weather forecast, and it made the whole situation even more stressful. "What the fuck?" seemed to be an appropriate reaction, and Ichigo could hear it coming from so many sources, it mashed together into one mass of incomprehensible gibberish. Ichigo himself couldn't mirror the reaction. He was far too preoccupied with staring at Aizen in bewilderment that betrayed his inner feelings. Aizen gave him a sideway glance and smirked. "Oh, please. Do not insult my intellect. I admit, it was a good attempt and, for just a moment, I almost believed it. Unfortunately for you, I am a man who has in his lifetime planned so many contingency plans, it became very difficult for anyone to come up with something I didn't already think of. Carefully, meticulously analyzing every single detail pertaining your sudden defection and your behavior during your stay in Las Noches, I became 80% sure you are a spy. Give or take. The remaining percentage was a hope you truly changed your mind." He explained in a voice that made him look not even faintly angry at the betrayal. Instead, he was looking at Ichigo with something akin to a respect. "You're lying, Aizen. Not even you are so arrogant to keep somebody you think is a spy so close to you for that long." Sui Feng countered in a strong voice, though there was a lining of distress in it. After so many surprising turns of events, Ichigo didn't think something could surprise him any further, but then he saw Aizen's reaction to Sui Feng's words. The man, ever so slightly that nobody aside from Ichigo noticed it, shifted his eyes to glance at one of his closest subordinates and formed a terrifying grin of amusement. The one he glanced at was a person Ichigo could have never brought himself to like. Ichimaru Jin. The snake-faced man did not react to Sui Feng's words and didn't notice Aizen's glance. Ichigo felt like he was missing something. "Oh? But it is not arrogance, Captain Sui Feng. Don't you know the saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer? Besides, it is quite amusing to watch their efforts as they try to play the role," Aizen said, earning a set of narrowed eyes coming from many. "You did it for amusement." Almost dramatically, Aizen sighed while negatively shaking his head. "Do you truly not understand? Why would I not keep Kurosaki close? By playing a spy, he inadvertently gave me an opportunity to try to truly convince him of my way. Because of the role he played, he had to listen to me and act the way I told him to. I just took this opportunity to tell him what the truth is and to reveal things that had not been said before. Unlike you, I didn't truly try to manipulate him, only to make him see the world for what it is. A lie. Or did you think he's still the same person he was before he came here to play the spy?" Ichigo shuddered. A chill crept up his spine and spread to his whole body. He could try to reject Aizen's words, to deny them, but deep down he knew it was the truth. His stay in Las Noches had changed him. He had realized that hollows could evolve into something more humane than humans themselves. He had realized that hollows could evolve into something more damaged and twisted than any Shinigami ever could. He had realized that being a hollow, a humane but also a damaged thing, was a part of him. That he could no longer reject it. It hadn't been easy though. Even in this moment, while keeping his mind clear, he could still see the abyss of madness into which he had almost plunged mere minutes ago. "No. Don't think about it. Don't think about them." He mentally berated himself when he noticed the mist of lunacy forming above the distant chasm, a residue of his guilt for the death of his two friends. What did you do to him?" Once again pulled out of his musing, Ichigo's head snapped towards the yelling captain of the 2nd Division in surprise. Her voice, while enraged, held a tiny impurity of a different emotion he had never heard from her. He didn't dare to name it, he was almost afraid he was just hearing things. Nothing. I only showed him the way towards clarity. Enough talking. The captain commander, for the past few moments silent, roared. In response, Eisen sighed. I admit, I don't want to kill you lot. Just you, Commander. Do you truly want to do this? Why not conserve your forces for what will soon come? For the real threat. When it comes, I'll deal with it the same way I have dealt with other threats so far. I will crush it. Eisen's face immediately lost its smirk, and the man formed a calculating gaze. And you call me arrogant? You cannot win this, Commander. You will not risk using the Bakuto in possession of the current captain of the 3rd Division because you'd doom most of your subordinates to certain death. And without using it, there is no way for you to escape my Kyoka Suijutsu. He stated firmly. To his and Ichigo's surprise, the commander formed a feral grin. Yes, you are an arrogant child. Did you think Amagai Shusuke couldn't evolve his Bakuto and tame its special ability? My subordinates will be just fine. Eisen narrowed his eyes. I see. So be it. Eren Cars. On your positions. Go DI-13. Take your picks. Attack with everything you have. Ichigo gulped. It began. The war. War that would come to be known as the 2 Hours War of No Victor. It all happened so fast. One moment, both sides stared at each other with hard, penetrative gazes, and in the next, they were at each other's throats like there was no tomorrow. The distance separating them became non-existent and vanished in a flash. Roars, screams, and yells filled the air, and the area in front of Las Noches turned into a battlefield. Blades clashed in a noise that almost shattered Ichigo's eardrums. It was nothing like the fights he had been in so far. Sounds of cries, pain, bloodlust, agony, courage, and bravery, fear and stubbornness attacked him from every direction and made his whole body vibrate with intense fire of life and death. Blood spurted, entrails erupted, and limbs were being sawn off in what seemed like a never-ending cycle of despair. It was utterly and completely insane. This is war. Ichigo felt like keeling over and puking his guts out. The sight of death repulsed him. Despite having killed many times, he found himself unprepared for the sheer extent of violence happening in front of his eyes. Lives lost, bodies mangled, and turned into empty husks were not something he could stomach. It reminded him of his past, and so he stood there petrified. It felt like he was slowly being pulled into the sand, never to be released again. Images of crimes against nature would haunt him for a long time, that he was sure of. After only a minute of fighting, dunes of Hueco Mundo were already covered with many mutilated dead bodies, turning the dry sand into an abominable lake of red mud. He was horrified. As a former diligent student, he had encountered of pictures and documentaries about the 2 world wars that had shaken the world of the living. They had been gruesome but easy to watch. In spite of the imagery, they were just echoes of the past he never had to be a part of. But seeing all of it happening in front of him was something different. The absurdity of a war hit him a lot harder than he could have ever imagined. Glimpses of those he knew disturbed his thoughts and brought him back to the cold and grim reality. A Zero blazed past him and caught his attention. It appeared to be aiming for a group of low-ranking officers. Ichigo didn't need to have great spiritual senses to know the energy blast would rip the men apart. Not if I can help it, he thought, and sped after the blast. In his mind, he didn't even register he didn't know who those men were. His body and mind acted on simple instinct. It was an impulse of preservation. He had the power to prevent more death, and he would use it. He pushed himself and soon reached his top speed. With barely a second to spare, he appeared in front of the group and brought his Zanpakuto up just in time to redirect the Zero upwards and to the sky, where it harmlessly dissipated into a pure Reishi. With a relieved sigh, he automatically turned his head towards those he had just saved to make sure they were fine when he noticed something powerful coming from the Shinigami side and aiming for a trio of Eren cars. Nels Fraction. He thought in panic and instantly kicked off of the sand. Whatever was gliding through the air wasn't as fast as Zero, but it was a lot harder to spot. Ichigo was convinced the Eren cars did not notice it, as they were otherwise engaged. Come on, Ichigo. Come on. He mentally growled and pumped increasingly more Ryuryoku into his legs. It turned out he didn't need to and could perfectly overrun the attack with his current speed. Still, not knowing the attack, he was unsure what to do. Blast it! Bringing his Zanpakuto down before the energy reached him, he spoke quietly. Getchuga Tensho. A crescent-shaped wave of spiritual energy shot from the tip of his sword and smashed into oncoming attack with the ferocity of a tiger. The volatile quality of his Ryuryoku caused the foreign energy to explode. He took the brunt of it but, thanks to his Iero, he escaped with only minor burns. In the end, he successfully neutralized the attack before it could do any harm. He heard a voice from behind him but before he could even try to form an answer, another situation caught his attention. For the next few minutes, he flashed across the battlefield like possessed to prevent as many deaths as possible, either on one or the other side. It did not matter to him whom he saved. He just had to. If he didn't try, who would? Your actions are pointless, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ulquiorra's voice entered his ears just as he was about to move towards yet another hopeless situation. He ignored it but when the Quattro Espada appeared in his way, he understood the situation, he couldn't ignore him for any longer. They will die with or without you doing anything. Look, the Shinigami you tried to save are already dead, the remnants of their bodies scattered across the area. Begrudgingly, Ichigo looked at the spot Ulquiorra pointed at and felt his stomach drop. The Arrancar told the truth. The men's torn corpses were sprawled in a pool of blood. Whatever killed them did it brutally. He wavered but only for a second. His eyes fell upon his opponent with a hard gaze etched into them. Shut up! He snarled and lashed out against the Arrancar with a heavy slice across the torso. But Ulquiorra was no longer in front of him. Without thinking, Ichigo spun around while moving his sword horizontally. Expecting Ulquiorra to strike him from behind, he suddenly felt something powerful hitting him to the side of his head. His body sailed through the air like a rag doll, the strike to the head causing him to see twice. There was a mild ringing in his ears. Damn it! He's too fast, he thought, dazed. He climbed back on his feet to take a breath but his Pesquisa alerted him of a presence only a few feet above him. Panicking, he rolled to the side. A small shock wave lifted his body in the air. A shower of sand obstructed his vision as it passed through his position. Before he could stabilize himself, a strong gust of wind knocked him away. For a human, you fought well, Kurosaki. But it's time to end this. You cannot win this. True despair is the only thing awaiting you. Shut up! Ichigo repeated and used the anger to clear his head from the dizziness. Tightening the grip on his Zanpakuto, he sliced upwards just as something long and thin moved towards his face. It was Ulquiorra's tail. Nimble but tough, the tail withstood Ichigo's blade and pushed him backwards. Ichigo growled and when it tried to whip at him again, he pointed his index finger at it. Heido number 1. Show. Silent Kido spell slowed the attack down, enough for Ichigo to briefly let go of his smaller sword and open the now free palm. Ignoring the stinging sensation from the hard contact, he grabbed the tail and pulled it with all of his might. His unexpected action caught Ulquiorra unprepared and allowed Ichigo to fling and smash the Arrancar into the wall of Las Noches. Yet he didn't allow himself a moment to relax. Ulquiorra was his toughest opponent so far and he knew the collision barely even fazed him. Therefore, he quickly lifted his free hand and pointed it at the point of impact. Zero. He muttered and let out a crimson blast energy that shot at his opponent in a wide arc. The blast crashed into the Arrancar and the thick solid wall with enough power to drill a hole in it. He had to take a breath. He wasn't used to strong Zero yet, and it took the wind out of him. While he was composing himself, he heard Ulquiorra's voice that caused him to curse. Not good enough, Kurosaki. Let me show you a proper Zero. Shit. Black torrent of energy looked even more menacing than it had before. There was little Ichigo could have done. If he moved from the spot, he probably would have dodged it without suffering many injuries but it would have also opened the path for destruction within Shinigami's ranks. Setting his brow into a deep scowl, Ichigo slashed downwards. Getchuga Tensho. This time, however, his crescent-shaped wave of spiritual energy proved to be less than enough to stop the Zero and, while it exploded at the point of contact, It could not prevent parts of the black energy from colliding with his own body. Gah! A cry of pain escaped his lips when the energy crashed into him. He could feel his arrow fighting against the onslaught, but it was futile. Like a torrent of tiny blades, the remnants of enemy Zero grated his skin and left it burnt and bloodied. It hurt like nothing before. As if seeping through the wounds, the black energy entered his bloodstream and caused him to feel great discomfort along with despair that quickly tried to spread within his mind. Then it was over. He breathed out and stumbled. His knees shook, and he fell on one knee. The attack took a lot out of him. His body was bruised and for some reason his high-speed regeneration was lagging. Most likely because of the black energy now flowing within him. Get up. For a fraction of a second, he felt like just giving up. He wanted to curl into a ball and cry like a teenager he was. But then his inner voice roared and made him growl. He refused to yield. Get up. He got up. There was no point in thinking. No point in cowering. He had to fight. He had to win. Admirable, Kurosaki, but still pointless. True despair cannot be overcome with pure determination. Some things are simply out of your reach. Oh, just how much he wanted Ulquiorra to shut up. Another growl escaped his lips. Like I give a damn. I know you are strong, but does it really matter? No, it doesn't. I will defeat you like I did with everyone so far. Even if you kill me, I'll just come back to haunt you until you die. For a moment, the two of them stared at each other, one of them impassive, while the other one filled with determination. The echoes of the war reverberated in the air, but neither of them listened to them. Spiritual energy surrounded them from all sides. Fire, wind, ice, water, void, blades, arrows, pure energy, everything and anything that could have been used as a weapon had been used. Shinigami, hollows, they all used every single thing in their disposal to slaughter the opposing side. A strong breeze from a nearby detonation blew around his face. This was it. The turning point in his battle. A point at which one of them would die. So foolish. Ulquiorra muttered without a hint of emotion. Just as Ichigo readied himself for continuation of their battle, Ulquiorra put both his hands in front of him and clasped them together. Then, he slowly pulled them apart, revealing a thin javelin-like form of energy, so similar to the ones he had used before but also so different. Lanza del Relampago. Stay there, Kurosaki. I don't want to set this off near me. It is very difficult to control. Ulquiorra stated and raised the energy lance above his shoulder. Time to join the Oblivion and feel the true despair. The lance shot forward and Ichigo felt the entirety of his body shiver. Was it a premonition of death? His instinct screaming at him to move? Gulping, he remained glued to his spot and reached for the smaller sword, still embedded in the sand near him. The lance was fast, but so was he. He knew what he had to do. Raising both swords high in the air, he made a slashing movement with each. Getsuga Jujisho. Two Getsuga of different compositions shot at the same time and fused together into a large, cross-shaped blast of energy that illuminated the area with its intense glow. The sheer amount of power behind the strike caused the surrounding battles to briefly die down. The air itself vibrated with the energy squeezed into it. His new Getsuga crashed into Ulquiorra's lance of thunder and lightning with a deafening noise. Explosion. Drained of stamina, Ichigo couldn't do nothing against the shock wave and his body was hurled backwards, until it painfully crashed into a dune. His whole body hurt even more than before, but still, he pushed himself up to his feet. The air where the two attacks collided shimmered with pure energy. Ichigo quickly glanced at his surroundings. Relieved, he saw that most of the combatants that had been close to the explosion survived. However, his relief didn't last long. Preposterous. To think you could match even Lanza del Relampago, but it doesn't matter. That ability took the remaining strength from you, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ulquiorra survived and seemed to be none the worse for wear. But that wasn't the most horrifying thing that Ichigo noticed. It was the sight of a second lance of energy forming in his enemy's hands that made him feel like truly despairing. He can fire more of those things. Breathing heavily, Ichigo knew just how tired he was. There was no way he could stop the second attack. Yet he didn't waver. He couldn't stop it, He had to stop it. With a determined frown, he raised his Zanpakuto high in the air, and when the second javelin shot towards him, he made a slashing movement. Nothing came out of his swords. Stunned, he watched with wide eyes as the lance of energy sailed through the air and towards him. He couldn't even move. However, just as he thought it was over, the lance passed him by and continued flying. He missed. The happiness lasted only until he realized the implications. Aghast, he turned around just in time to see the lance hitting a distant spot. Explosion of unreal size followed, and a lone tear fell from his eye. There were dozens if not hundreds of Shinigami caught in the explosion. All most likely dead in a blink of an eye, and all he could do was to watch. He had to save them, yet he could not do so. So many dead. So much death. The cold sensation of his heart being squeezed caused him to fall on both knees. Tears flowed freely. You can't save them all. He knew that. He had learned it on the day he failed to protect his sisters from death at the hands of one weak hollow, and had relearned it again only a few days after he had come to the afterlife. The houses of pleasure, the houses of horrors. Yuriuki herself had told him the same thing. You can't save them all. Even after gaining power to fight, he still hadn't been able to do it. Dead students at the academy. Dead students at the hands of Espada in Karakura town. Orium and Tatsuki. They all died because he hadn't been strong enough, fast enough, determined enough. You can't save them all. The mantra, repeating itself in his mind, brought back unpleasant memories and caused him to lower his head in shame. With wide eyes, he noticed dried blood on his hands. Was it his own, or did it belong to all those corpses spread around him? There was just so much death. So many dead. Shinigami, hollows, they were all dead. He had killed them. Because he was weak and because he was strong. Blood on his hands. He had killed so many. During his crusade in Rokanga, he had killed dozens. Back then, he hadn't counted just how many. At that time, he had thought it to be pointless. They all had to die. It had been his mission to clean out the land, hadn't it? Killing them had been easy. Suppressing the emotions that had built up within him had been a necessity. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to go on. He almost forgot all about it, about all of those that he had killed after that. Yet now, it was all coming back. All that blood on his hands. Was he even human anymore? He was a first-class killer of the wicked, murderer of the innocent. He could remember their faces as he had cut them down. He remembered their terrified expression as he had mowed them down like animals. There was just so much blood. And he still couldn't save them all. So much blood. Arg. He screamed. He yelled. He shouted to the heavens for the injustice done all around. Why him? Why did he have to suffer so much? What had he done to gain such malice from the gods? Couldn't they leave him alone and let him live his life? He wanted to roar and fire all those questions at the sky, but he couldn't. His mind was no longer complete. Fractured. Broken. Empty. Morse. Sigma Kappa Omicron Tau Nu Omega. In a flash, his hands shot up and covered his ears. The voice was back and was whispering alien words to him once more. But he didn't want to hear it. Morse. Sigma Kappa Omicron Tau Nu Omega. Why? 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 There was just so much blood. It was the same as the night all those months ago when the blood of his sisters covered his whole body. Back then, he had heard the voice it too. Back then, he had ignored it. But now, he couldn't do that anymore. Morse. Sigma Kappa Omicron Tau Nu Omega. Deja vu. He landed in his mindscape in a heap, a sudden pain spreading from the center of his chest to his whole body, rendering him immobile and helpless. Like a poison of fire, it burned his insides in waves of flickering molten lava. His limbs spasmed, and he had to fight against the tidal force trying to blow him from within. Make it stop. He was tired. So tired. Both his mental and physical strength had been sapped. The only thing keeping him going was the sheer power of will. Desperate to fight, he forced his body to move and got on his knees. It hurts. It hurts so much. A pair of hands squeezed his shoulders, one on each side. Breathe, Ichigo. Breathe. It will be over soon. Don't fight it. His breath got stuck in his throat and, for the first time since who knows when, the presence of his spirits didn't calm him down. I don't understand. He wheezed. Exhausted, he could not even lift his head to look at his companions. If he could, he would only see them staring not at him but at something in front of them, looming over the whole mindscape from afar. Instinct. Reason. Heart. A stinging sensation erupted in his limbs and almost sent him back to the ground. So weak. 3 parts of your being you had to understand. 3 parts you had to take in. That effort wasn't in vain, Ichigo. You are not weak. No matter what his spirit said, he knew it. He was weak. Far too weak to realize his dreams and to achieve his goals. As the thought ran through his mind, he felt his shoulder getting squeezed again, with more strength than before. Remember, Ichigo. Remember what I told you before. Remember, Ichigo. Remember what I showed you before. A cry of pain escaped through his lips. The pain was getting stronger, and he was having problems taking a single breath. I don't. Ichigo. Why do hollows wear masks? It was a simple question, but he didn't answer. He couldn't. His brain was no longer working. They wear it to conceal and protect their lost heart. Unable to cope with their twisted emotions and lost feelings, they hide all of them into their masks. Answer came without him having to even think about it. Yet, it did nothing to ease his suffering. You understood your reason, your heart, and even your instinct. But whenever you had to fight to the fullest, when your raw emotions got the better of you, you still resorted to wearing a mask. Why, Ichigo? It was the truth. Even now, he felt the broken remains of his hollow mask grazing the skin of his face. They were all crumbling and turning into dust of Reishi, but they were there. There is a fundamental power binding everything in your spirit together. It is not love. It's pain, Ichigo. Your whole life has been filled with pain. Pain of losing your mother. Pain of losing your sisters. Pain of physical and emotional trauma. Pain of killing. Pain of letting others getting killed. From the day you were born, you had to fight against obstacles only a few could overcome. You are strong, Ichigo. Stronger than you can imagine. But that strength came at a terrible price. To use it to its fullest, you need to evolve. To ascend higher, you need to let go of your suffering, Ichigo. Let go of your past and accept the pain that came with it. Pulverize that mask of yours and let your spirit roar. There was a palpable urgency in tones of both his spirits. Like they were desperate to make him understand and to convince him of his own worth. He hated it. He hated how much he had fallen. Wasn't it his own voice that had said he would never give up again before? Yet, there he was, giving up on everything because pain of loss paralyzed him again. Accept us, Ichigo. Accept us and let us reach enlightenment together. Accept us, Ichigo. Accept us and let us turn an unreachable dream into reality. He raised his head and looked at the scene in front of him. There, in a distance, he saw his own self in a form of a gigantic, pulsing orb of power, chained with corrosive seals preventing it from rotting. Hollow. Quincy. Shinigami. Human. 4 parts of a puzzle about to be resolved. Because of your fear of pain, you could not use my full power, Ichigo. Accept your pain and make us whole. Unleash the true power of Zanjutsu. Your true Shikai. Letting the pain consume him, he lifted his right arm and pointed his open palm at the orb of his soul. With a snapping sound, the chains corroded and turned into a dust of red particles. Swirling and spinning, all of them entered the orb and colored it with a crimson shade of blood. He lifted his other arm and, repeating the process, let a blinding glow of white light wash over him like a touch of his mother. It brought a single tear to his eye, then hurried towards the orb where it joined the others and turned its color lighter. A torrent of black energy shot from his body and flowed into the orb, reminding him of the times when his father used to surprise him with sudden friendly spars. Then he heard childish laughter that made him smile. Is it over? No. He's coming. Do not be afraid, Ichigo. He is the one that will guide you. Before he could ask for any explanation, a familiar voice reverberated in his mind and he had to fight the urge to shiver from the sheer power of its presence. Morse. Sigma Kappa Omicron Tau Nu Omega. But then the words changed. Accipio. Mu Lambda Lambda Omicron Nu. He didn't understand and felt an overwhelming stress on his mind, but as per his spirit's words, he let himself being guided to the light. Flashing images of past, present, future and images of the unknown blended together in one singularity with a simple result. Enlightenment. His eyes snapped open, filled to the brim with understanding at last. Finally, he understood just what he had to do. It was only when despair of the truth reached his heart, mind, and soul that he finally accepted who he was. Kurosaki Ichigo. The one who would bring an end to it all. He screamed in joy. Through his opened eyes, he saw the energy swirling around him before exploding outwards like a small bomb. A pillar of Ryuryoku shot to the heavens and continued further. The noise of the war disappeared. The voice of his power overpowered it all. He could feel his energy rising, achieving heights of strength he had thought to be impossible. There was just so much power flowing within him, it was unreal. A shroud of opaque Ryuryoku hid him from the rest of the world. It lasted for only a second, but, when the energy dissipated, a different Ichigo rose to his feet. No longer he had a hollow mask on his face. It had all but crumbled, yet there was something left for him to remember it. There were two thick vertical black tattoo-like stripes, each going down from the top of his forehead and down through his eyes and cheekbones all the way to the lower part of his jaw, where they ended. His eyes remained hollow-like with yellow irises, black sclera, and pupils. One surprising addition appeared on the inner part of his wrist, where two large five-pointed crosses, each on both wrists, glowed in pure white. The words coming to him subconsciously, Ichigo spoke. One more time. Bleach their souls, Zanjutsu. The surrounding energy slowly settled down and withdrew back into his body. Opening his eyes, Ichigo took a deep breath. Inner peace. I see it now, Zanjutsu. Thank you. Now I can move forward. His gaze fell on his Arrancar opponent and it instantly hardened. Let's end this, Ulquiorra. It was incredible. It felt incredible. Having finally unlocked the true potential of his Shikai, Ichigo felt that the visual transformation was not the only thing that changed. The power unleashed from within him invigorated his whole being, rejuvenated his mind and galvanized his body with so much strength, he felt like a new person. His wounds healed. His mind felt clean and clear. All of his senses became more acute, precise, and powerful. The spiritual energy within him flowed at a different speed and in a new rhythm that made everything much easier. His hollow Ryuryoku no longer needed his guidance and made his hollow abilities sharper than ever. No longer he was afraid to use as much of it as possible. In the state of revelation, he knew his control over himself wouldn't allow him to go berserk. At last, he trusted his animal part of himself to do what was necessary without causing troubles for him. Everything that had been troubling him, the heavy thoughts previously present within his mind vanished and were replaced with an almost eerie equilibrium. He was born anew, better, faster, and stronger. He was at the top of the world and nothing could knock him down. Fear and despair held no power over him. The coldness turned into a raging fire, roaring within him like a phoenix of new life. It was his turn to command the battlefield. He looked at his opponent that was watching him closely and opened his mouth. Despair, wasn't it? Taste it. He stated and blinked from the existence. Moving at speed his past self would have considered ridiculous, he appeared in front of Ulquiorra with a determined expression that promised justified pain. With a downward slash, the blade of his Zanpakuto slid across Ulquiorra's wings that his opponent barely raised in defense. It didn't matter. Parts of wings fell, cut down like a shield made of glass. He saw Ulquiorra flash away, but he was right behind him, following him all the way through his Sonito, having no troubles keeping up. Despite the impassive mask of his opponent, he knew the Arrancar was shocked. The hasty retreat was enough of an evidence. A black blast of energy rushed at him, a hellish punishment brought by the devil himself. Ichigo didn't even flinch. There was no need to be afraid. Calmly, he raised both his swords, and when the Zero was about to hit him, he brought both blades down. The Black Zero did not stand a chance against the energy flowing within the glowing swords and was dispersed in one fell swoop. "Don't fight it, Ulquiorra. I thought you liked despair." He felt a slight tremor in his opponent's Ryotsu, but he kept his expression calm and collected. He was stronger than before but not cockier. Ulquiorra was still a tough opponent, and he didn't want to underestimate him. This decision proved to be a good one when he saw the Quattro Espada forming yet another lance of energy. At the same time as it shot towards him, he sliced the air in front of him. Getsuga Tensho. The wave of energy was unlike any he had released before. While only slightly larger, it was much denser and heavier than ever. It pushed back and demolished the lance of energy at the point of contact. His Pesquisa, now enhanced, caught Ulquiorra's movements just as the Arrancar tried to flow around the battlefield with an intention to strike at him from above. Glancing up, Ichigo let go of his smaller sword and caught his opponent's outstretched hand before it could sink into his upper chest. He saw Ulquiorra's eyes widen a little. With a deft slash of his larger sword, his opponent's arm got severed. Blood erupted from the stump and warmed his face. Ulquiorra immediately backed away. "Tch," was all the Arrancar said before a new limb grew from the bleeding stub. He gave Ichigo an even stare. "Among the Espada, my high-speed regeneration is the best and allows me to regrow most parts of my body nearly instantaneously. I don't know how you gained this new power, but it won't help you." Ichigo watched Ulquiorra raise both his arms and point his opened palms towards him. Several pulses of red energy shot at him and reached him in no time. Narrowing his eyes, Ichigo let go of his second sword. Moving his hands fast, he slapped every single pulse of energy away. It stung, but his enhanced Iero survived, sustaining no attention-worthy wounds. "I already saw Yami using Bala," he stated when Ulquiorra stopped firing. Ulquiorra shimmered out of his sight, but Ichigo knew where he was. Instantly, he grabbed a hold of his swords. In a burst of speed, he vanished as well and met his opponent in the middle of his Sonido. Ulquiorra's hands moved fast to deliver a series of quick hits, but Ichigo could deflect them all. Seeing his attempts bore no results, Ulquiorra tried to back away, but Ichigo caught him by the tip of his tail and swung him around. When the Arrancar crashed into the dune, Ichigo acted. Ramping up the speed of his Shunpo, he landed next to his opponent just as he was getting up. Silently, he spun around and delivered a powerful kick to his opponent's abdomen that lifted him in the air and blasted him into the wall of Las Noches. The wall cracked and sand swirled all around the point of impact in a dance of foreboding. Just as the Arrancar was getting himself out of the crater, Ichigo let go of his larger sword and pointed his opened palm towards him. "Zero." A bright crimson blast of energy obliterated everything in its path and crashed into the Quattro Espada in a blink of an eye. A large hole appeared in the thick wall of Las Noches, but even that wasn't enough to stop his Zero. Only once he lowered his hand, the energy dissolved. "Do you feel it yet, Ulquiorra?" "Despair?" Ichigo asked when he saw the battered and bloodied Arrancar slowly getting back on his feet. "A foolish question, Kurosaki Ichigo. I always feel it. It was despair I was born from." Hardening his gaze, Ichigo flashed towards him. Ulquiorra formed another lance of energy and with it parried several slashes of Ichigo's Zanpakuto, but, after a few more seconds, when the onslaught didn't seem to be stopping, one hit got through. It tore through his chest and opened a large gash, from which blood erupted in a shower of dark red. "Damn you, Kurosaki!" An orb of black energy appeared in the corner of his eye and Ichigo cursed. Just as he was falling backwards, Ulquiorra formed one last Zero. Point blank, it exploded right in Ichigo's face. Feeling pain, Ichigo coughed and waved his arms to clear the smoke. He inhaled in small gasps until the blanket of blackness dissolved and revealed his heavily wounded opponent stubbornly clinging to life as the wound in his chest began to slowly close. With half of his face and upper part of his chest burnt, Ichigo's expression settled for an irritated scowl. "Die already." With that said, he increased the grip on his glowing swords and brought them towards the Arrancar in front of him from in a slash, with each blade coming from a different direction. Ulquiorra's lower part of abdomen along with his legs fell towards him, while the rest of his body fell backwards. A large pool of blood formed around him only to be immediately soaked into the dry sand beneath him. Damn, you! Ichigo took a step forward and looked down at his broken opponent with an intense glare. No. Damn you! In one swift motion, he brought his Zanpakuto down and let it sink into his opponent's body. Ulquiorra's head rolled away, no longer attached to the rest of his body. With that, the battle was over. Quattro Espada existed no more. Only thing remaining after him was a tiny amount of Reishi flowing into Ichigo's sword. Ichigo remained in the same position, staring at the still, lifeless face of his dead enemy for a few more seconds. He did not feel guilty. There was no remorse. It had to be done. Not for the sake of the Soul Society. For his own sake and for the sake of those he held dear. However, despite his battle being over, the war still raged on. Noises, sounds of clashing metal and cries of pain, for the past few moments silenced and unable to pierce through his eardrums, came back to life with a vengeance. A frenzied onslaught of never-ending misery, it was not something he could have brushed away just like that. Blood still seeped through the crevices and dunes of never-ending sand. Shinigami, Eren Cars, they were all still dying. It was a gargantuan conflict that couldn't be solved with just one simple slash of his sword. Mors. Sigma Kappa Omicron Tau Nu Omega. Or could it? The voice shouted within his mind one last time before falling into a different tune, whispering words he had never heard before. They weren't filled with warmth or encouragement, but they weren't unkind. Plain and simple, they were words of truth. What they meant, Ichigo didn't know. However, deep down, his soul understood the sentiment. There was something he could do. It made sense. The war started because of one man and one man only. It's not that he was wrong in his conviction, his intentions were well meant. Yet at the moment, they weren't needed. Not yet. A surge of energy and a deafening roar caught his attention. He quickly turned towards the source and, seeing the situation, felt a chill within his heart. He was too far away to see the details, but still, some things couldn't be missed. Like, for example, the torrent of energy that was so powerful, so thick, and so heavy, it no longer felt like spiritual energy at all. It was more. Something different. Something on the edge of sanity. It was like an invisible veil of oblivion, weighting down on him and numbing every single one of his senses. It became hard to see, hard to breathe, hard to hear, hard to taste and hard to feel. A presence of a cocooned creature, about to ascend to the godhood. Aizen. Watching the scene unfold, Ichigo dimly knew of one of Aizen's close comrades, Ichimaru Jin, slowly withering away. What had happened, he didn't know. But what was about to happen, he knew. He felt something within him shift ever so slightly. This was it. The moment in which he had to act. Forming a melancholic smile, he closed his eyes and waited until his two spirits let him know they were there. Zanjitsu, old man Wiwak. You know what I have to do, don't you? You don't have to do anything, Ichigo. It's not your job to sacrifice yourself for this lot. He let out a soft snort. Come on, you crazy bastard, you don't believe that. We both know who I am. And you've seen the images. There is nothing else I can do. To progress, we have to regress first. Not to mention it's the perfect chance to mask the transformation. Zanjitsu did not respond, but Ichigo could feel his conflicting emotions threatening to spill. If that is your choice, Ichigo, then I will do nothing else but support you. We are here for you, both of us. He nodded. I know. Besides, it's not like I'm saying goodbye. We will meet again soon enough. You aren't getting rid of me yet. It'll just probably take time to balance things out. I'm giving you a free hand in this. He raised his head and let a determined, hard look to settle on his face. You know what to do, guys. As soon as it starts, retreat as far as you can, as deep as you can, and stay there. This will hurt, but not as much as the possibility of me losing you. I will be back. With that said, he cut off their mental link and calmly put his swords on his back. He no longer needed them. He already had them within the palms of his hands. He bent his knees and vanished in a burst of the fastest shunpo he had ever used. The world around him blurred into a canvas of spilled colors. He passed by Shinigami and Hollows alike without them even feeling his presence. He was so fast, a sonic boom remained in his wake, pushing away anyone too close to him. Sand swirled all around him. Then it was over and he landed right in front of Aizen, who no longer looked like the man Ichigo remembered him to be. His hair was longer, his eyes almost black, his sclera purple, and his outfit had turned into a pure white cloak. There was a diamond-shaped object embedded in his forehead and 3 sets of butterfly-like wings were coming from his back. In the center of his chest, a large, hollow-like hole screamed at him. And in the center of that hole, a Hogyaka was glowing. Aizen noticed him with a surprise etched in his eyes. "Kurosaki! You are finally here to join us. Just in time to see the World Chan." "Aizen!" Ichigo interrupted him sharply and without a warning, yet his voice didn't waver. Aizen stopped talking with his mouth still open. Behind Ichigo, several Ryutsu signatures he recognized flared. He ignored them and directed all of his attention towards the man in front of him. "This war brings nothing but despair. Your time will come. But not today." Before anyone could interfere and before Aizen could recover from the surprise, both of Ichigo's hands shot forward and embraced the Hogyaka within Aizen's chest. The orb was cold, but as soon as he came into contact with it, it grew warmer. A large energy that was no longer just spiritual, poured out of Ichigo. Almost as if he understood, Aizen's eyes widened in fear. What are you doing?" he shouted and tried to pull away. Ichigo did not let him. Keeping the man in place, he formed a warm smile at him. "It's simple. I'm ending this war." The energy around Ichigo flared with such intensity, the sand near him was instantly vaporized. Aizen's eyes bugged out, and the man screamed in pain. Ichigo did the same. Arg. Both Ichigo's and Aizen's energy exploded outwards. In a blinding flash, Aizen Sosuke dematerialized and vanished from existence. He did not escape. He simply ceased to exist, erased from the reality. Ichigo's scream died down and the teen fell down, his body lifeless and with no trace of energy. One last thought ran through his mind. Oblivion. Then his consciousness faded. In that moment, the war ended. Chapter 42, Cessation of Suffering, Boomerang Effect. In the world of the living, humans came up with a simple yet profound phrase. War never changes. We, Shinigami, have mastered the art of undermining and underestimating humans, treating them as lesser beings and seeing them as an existence that's below us. Considering many of us were humans in our past lives, I can almost taste the irony. But this fact has been forgotten, abandoned, and thrown away as unnecessary and unneeded. Once we became Shinigami, we shed our human shell and began to consider ourselves to be a different, better race. But none of us has ever found anything as true as this phrase. For all our advances, our cultural and military progress, we never stopped to think that maybe, just maybe, humans have gone further than any of us ever expected them to go. I have visited the world of the living many times and I saw things which left me amazed, wondering whether I was dreaming and entered a world of wonders, but also things that caused me to shed tears. What I witnessed was a world of opposites mixed in a hardly comprehensible yet strangely alluring equilibrium. And even though I died less than 1.5 centuries ago, I felt like an alien on a planet that was no longer mine. Being a Shinigami has changed me, made me forget just how interesting humans are. Their history is so rich, it's no wonder they could think of something as truthful as this. War never changes. What exactly is a war? A textbook explanation would be that war is a state of armed conflict between states or societies, generally characterized by extreme aggression, destruction, and mortality, using regular or irregular military forces. Is it a good explanation? Yes, it is. Is it a sufficient explanation? Definitely not. I have been a Shinigami for a few decades, yet until now, I did not know war. Those few conflicts I had to settle so far have been nothing but a droplet of blood in an ocean of gore that is a true war. I didn't know just how mind-numbing, soul-crushing, and unfair a war could be. Such image was beyond my imagination. Now, it has been only days since the war with Aizen Sosuke ended, yet I still pass my free time mourning my fallen comrades, friends, and fellow officers. I mourn them alone, with my Zanpakuto spirit or together with a bottle of strong alcohol. One would say such actions are shameful. I don't care. I am not ashamed to admit my weakness and to admit that losing others is not an easy pill to swallow. Every night, I wake up feeling terrible. My dreams have turned into nightmares, filled with screams of pain, filled with agony. Images of my fellow Shinigami being mowed down like cattle in a slaughterhouse do not let me rest. Flashes of Zero burning the flesh, disintegrating corpses of my fallen brethren prevents me from closing my eyes. Glimmer of a blade striking from above, cleaving a fellow officer into pieces and splashing my face full of his warm blood churns my insides so much I cannot raise the spoon and eat my meals. Stench of dead bodies, dried up blood and hacked entrails haunt my nose and only a fiery liquid of mixed chemicals, alcohol, can calm my nerves. It is a repeating cycle of self-torture many have to endure, yet few seem to talk about. War never changes. Be it a war for money, power, territory, or simple truth in a sea of lies, a war never changes. Whatever its origin, a war brings despair and suffering. Whatever its purpose, those who are forced to fight it die like animals, in a shower of pointless agony that splatters their boiling blood in every direction. And so, nowadays, I ask myself a simple question. Was it worth it? The Goti 13 has lost 183 officers. Another 57 are still in care of the 4th Division. My division has lost 21 men. I myself have lost 24 comrades. Dead or fighting for their lives in 4th Division, they lost an important piece of their souls that they will never get back. Once they saw the horrors of a conflict that didn't have to happen, a part of them died. They will never be the same. Ever again. So, for me, this war was not worth it. But I am not the only one who has fought. There are many others who fought, but the majority of us ignored their voices. Since I never wanted for this to be only about my thoughts, I ventured into vast roads of Siri to get a clearer picture of the situation and to listen to any voice I could find. Most of them told me the same thing. I never asked for this. Goti 13 is and always was a military unit tasked with protecting Seoul society and its souls. We are always ready to fight, to save, and to defend those who cannot do that for themselves. Yet many of us do not wish to fight wars that should never happen. In retrospect, I cannot fault anyone who thinks along such lines. Who would want to relive their worst nightmares over and over again? I don't. We gained nothing. We won, but what is it we won? A pointless skirmish. Presumably, there was a profound reason behind this war, but a regular soldier never learns what it is. A regular solider suffers, bleeds, and dies for something he may not even understand. In my tour through Siri, I asked and received answers, but I was also asked questions myself. Being a high-ranking officer, I should have had the answers, yet I had none. How do you even reply to words such as these? Why did I have to lose my wife? A random soldier asked me that. As I looked at him, at his face stricken with numb pain, I couldn't find my voice. He repeated his question many times, but my lips remained frozen. I myself have lost comrades I cared about, but this man, a regular, ordinary soldier, has lost a half of his soul. I guess saying nothing was the best thing I could have done. His friends then took him away, giving me apologetic glances, but I could see the unspoken words radiating from each of them. They blamed me. In that moment, the realization caused me to gulp. Then I found myself agreeing with them. They did not blame me as a person, they blamed me as somebody who represents the upper echelon of military power. They were regular soldiers, low-ranking officers, and they were the group of Shinigami who suffered the most. Goti 13 did not lose a single captain or a vice-captain. All the losses were from the lower ranks and, looking at it with cold logic, it makes sense. The stronger you are, the better chance to survive you have. But the raw emotions stemming from the consequences of the war override the logical side of the brain, and the feeling of injustice among the lower-ranked Shinigami breeds corrosion and resentment. Thus, the human phrase, "war never changes," begins to make more sense. War truly doesn't change. The generals and those who hold the true power, hidden in the shadows of politics, almost never suffer like those who are powerless do. They watch the conflict from afar, judge the tides of war with ruthless logic, and treat the losses like statistical errors. Or do they? In my quest for the true portrayal of the destruction left in the war's wake, I got a hold of few high-ranking officers. Some, like the captain of the 11th Division, told me only that the war was boring, but there were few moments I enjoyed, a sentiment that reverberates in the whole 11th Division. But there were others, who did not share the similar view. Others, who suffered just as a regular Shinigami did. Take the temporal captain of the 5th Division, Captain Hitsugaya. Regarded as mature and serious, to the point of having an aloof attitude, Captain Hitsugaya is one of those who did not escape the war unscathed. Despite receiving heavy injuries, the physical pain is not the origin of his suffering. Same as me and same as the vice captain of the 3rd Division, he too suffered from betrayal. But the betrayal he suffered was amplified because the one who betrayed him was a person he had known ever since he was a child and a person whom he cares about the most. This betrayal not only almost cost him his life but at the same time lives of many others. Feeling the weight of each death that occurred during the war is enough punishment for any of the regular Shinigami to agree that Captain Hitsugaya suffered just as much as they did. Then there's Captain of the 13th Division, Captain Yukatake. It is widely known his body is frail, but also that he always tries to keep a smile on his face. But, for a while now, this war has robbed him of that. It brought back the nightmare of the past in a form of a former vice-captain of the 13th Division, Kyan Shiba. I am sure there's no need for me to introduce this man. Kyan Shiba was and, to this day, remains one of the most popular officers in the Godi 13. His death brought upon Siridi a large cloud of sadness. However, not even in death did he find peace. Resurrected through unknown means as an abomination of his past self, he fought in the war as a member of the enemy elite team, the Espada. With the help of Kukaki Rukia, the lower-ranking officer of the 13th Division, Captain Yukatake could once again, and hopefully for the last time, send Shiba-san into the reincarnation cycle. Yet the fight was difficult. Both Kukaki-san and Captain Yukatake have suffered the first time Shiba-san died. A closely knit family within the division, the three of them used to share their free time with each other. But because of the war, they had to lose him one more time. I myself have experienced a betrayal in this war. I faced my former superior, Captain Tyson, a man I believed had betrayed his ideals. Since this isn't about me, I will refrain from making any further comments and only say watching him die was neither pleasant nor did it make me feel fulfilled. As a member of the 9th Division, my goal was never about revenge. There are many more stories that this war has written, and none of them have a perfectly happy ending, if only because the war never changes. Instead, many are asking whether this war could have been prevented at all. Why do they ask that? It's simple. We were all witnesses to an extraordinary phenomenon that ended the entire war in a second. Kurosaki Ichigo. In a coma inside the 4th Division barracks, it's questionable if he'll ever wake up, but one thing can't be refuted. Whatever he had done to the leader of the opposing force, Aizen Sosuke, it ended the whole conflict in a column of a dazzling energy vortex. Ignoring the obvious outcome of his actions, a question came to the minds of many. Why didn't he do that before anyone died? I am sure no one in Godi 13 can blame him for what he has done, seeing that 99% of the remaining enemy army immediately lost their will to fight and it prevented further bloodshed. We are all grateful he stopped Aizen Sosuke. Still, because nobody understands what exactly he has done, it is obvious many are confused. All the more so when we learned that he has played a decisive role in this war by playing a spy and providing the Godi with important information about the enemy movement. War never changes, but with the existence of soldiers like Kurosaki Ichigo, a change may be looming in the near future. The question is, will he ever wake up? Shihei Hisagi, the vice-captain of the 9th Division, editor-in-chief of Siridi Communication. In a blissful state of lethargy, deprived of the sensory input from all senses, Ichigo floated in a dark space without the knowledge of time, age, or self-awareness. There was no pain, no earthly desires tying him to the plane of existence, and no love. The poison in the form of passion, aversion, and ignorance had died out, leaving only pure energy flowing within him. It was so pure, not even the darkest phase of the moon could extinguish it. He was, and he wasn't. As a being, he was continuously released and then tied back to his human shell. It was a calm, peaceful cycle of reconstruction, where every single fiber of his soul was remade, created from anew and filled with the energy to advance further into a state of transcendence. However, such a condition was not yet attainable for him. A ziggurat reaching into the skies, the tip of his soul was for now not elevated enough. He had long passed the test of enlightenment and now, finally, he reached the unity. Volatile but also calm, he coexisted in harmony with each river within his soul. However, there was a hole. A deep, wide, black hole created at the instant of forceful expulsion, when a layer of his consciousness reached the one above. While slowly being filled, two tiny dots of familiar energies circled around him, observing him. They both knew what he had done, and they both allowed it to happen. It wouldn't have been him if he had done it in any other way. Heeding his warning, they had receded deep into the abyss of his soul, where they waited until it was over. Now, they guarded his shell, knowing he would shield them from harm forever. As time passed, and the whole became whole, they remembered his wish, and after giving him a light mental nudge, to jolt him awake, the two of them withdrew from the light and let him exist. Moments later, one by one, senses and his ghost returned into his shell and restored the equilibrium. The energy within him slowly poured out of his body and forced the dark space surrounding him to retreat. It was time for him to return. Deep within the compound of the 4th Division, a lone patient was lying in a simple bed, surrounded by a horde of medical apparatus. Even though there was physically nothing wrong with him, each and every single piece of his body was monitored in case he woke up. For some time, the room had been filled with constant, yet monotone, beeping. Then the pattern of the beeps changed. It was just a slight, minuscule alteration, yet for the machine, it was a change nonetheless. Immediately, the apparatus sent a signal to the main desk, where an operator, a low-ranking officer of the 4th Division, almost fell of the chair from the shock. Meanwhile, the patient, a young man with orange hair, stirred. His mind was not yet working, but slowly, tiny bits of reasoning started to boot up. In a few more seconds his eyes fluttered open and he felt the first thought after a long time. My eyes hurt. Reflexively, he shut his eyes closed and tried to escape the sunlight persistently beating down on him. He squeezed his eyes to the point where his whole face twisted into what seemed to be an expression of agony. Slowly, he managed to turn his head so that his face was pointed towards darker spot in the room and felt the pain gradually lessen. With a shaky arm, he brought his right hand towards his face and gently pressed it into his forehead. A second thought formed in his brain. My throat's parched. Carefully, he stopped mashing his eyelids together and allowed himself to slightly open his eyes. A tiny slit at first, his eyes fully opened a few more seconds later to see a blurry image of a room. As the wheels in his brain began to turn faster, more and more thoughts formed in his mind, filling in the blank spots with logical and analytical thinking. Not liking the blurriness in his sight, he blinked several times until the image in front of him turned clear. There, practically next to him, was a bedside table with a glass filled with a translucent liquid sitting on top of it. Water. He wanted to reach for it but found himself unable to do so. His body just didn't seem to respond to his mental commands. For a split second, fear of being paralyzed gripped his innards. Then he noticed his own hand on his face and managed to release a weak snort. With renewed vigor, he gritted his teeth and willed his limbs to move. His other arm responded immediately, but his legs took a second to follow suit. A few huffs later, he tensed his abdomen and slowly pushed himself to a sitting position. Light dizziness made him sway, but he quickly pushed his back into the wall behind him. Almost immediately, he shivered from the contact. The soft, sterile wall was so cold, it almost made him yelp in surprise. As the dizziness passed, he gathered his strength and grabbed the glass of water. A small object that it was, in that moment it felt like a boulder made of steel, too heavy to lift. Still, he was way too stubborn to just give up, and after several failed attempts, he was finally rewarded with a gulp of pleasantly cold, fresh water. Having his dry throat licked with the stream of pure liquid felt heavenly, and he couldn't help but to sigh in bliss. With wide eyes, as soon as he tried to speak, a coughing fit attacked his body and almost made him spill water in the glass. Not to mention the pain that the sudden activity caused him to feel. All of the muscles in his body protested against the strain and made him feel as if he was being poked with thousands of needles at the same time. Holy! I hurt like hell. When the fit subsided, he carefully took several deep breaths to calm his body down and then closed his eyes. The next 10 minutes were spent with intense thinking until the door to his room burst open to reveal two female figures quickly closing in on him. He tensed and stared at them with a hard gaze. "You gave us quite a fright, Kurosaki-san," the woman with hair tied into a thick braid commented with a sweet smile. As she got closer, she glanced at his posture and the glass of water firmly gripped in his hand. "It's quite the surprise you seem to be able to move as much as you do. After 3 weeks spent in a coma, I expected your muscles to be fairly atrophied." The young man's eyes narrowed. 3 weeks, no wonder I feel so weak. He mentally noted and watched the woman sit down on a nearby chair and place one of her hands above his abdomen. A warm, green glow formed around her palm and he watched it move up and down his midsection with mild interest. "You said Kurosaki. I take it that's my name." His questions must have been unexpected as the green glow briefly flickered out of existence and he heard a sharp intake of breath coming from the other woman who stood at the end of his bed. The two females exchanged a brief look and the one with the glowing hand slowly nodded, while turning her face towards him. "Yes. Kurosaki Ichigo." He accepted the answer with a quiet hum and then looked away from her. Giving the room a quick glance, he narrowed his eyes even further. "Say, where exactly am I, whatever your name is?" After a second of silence, the woman retracted her hand and he noticed her intense stare. "In the medical wing of 4th Division Barracks, Kurosaki-san," she replied calmly. Blinking 2 times, he looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "I see. And where is that?" With his eyes closed, Ichigo strained his ears to hear the quiet voices coming from behind the badly closed door of his room. It seems he's suffering from a heavy case of amnesia. He doesn't remember where he is, what date it is or even who he is. Remarkably enough though, he's taking it very well and seems as calm as I could expect him to be in this kind of situation. I explained few things to him and it appears he understood most of it but he can't associate the information with any visual reference." A gruff, annoyed voice grunted. "In basic terms, Captain Anohana. He understood he was a Shinigami named Kurosaki Ichigo and is currently in a soul society, but he does not understand what the term Shinigami or soul society actually means. It means he won't be able to tell you anything about what happened with Aizen Sosuke." Another grunt came from behind the door. "How long do you think it'll take him to regain his memory?" The voice of the woman who had talked to him before offered an answer in the same composed way, but there was a subtle hint of annoyance in it. "You know how these things are, Commander. It could take him a day, a week, a year, or maybe it won't happen at all. Amnesia is a tricky diagnosis. But you are sure it is amnesia, and he isn't just pretending, right?" There a slight pause and Ichigo felt a slight chill creeping up his spine. Whatever was the cause, the man outside his room must have felt it too, because Ichigo heard him clear his throat. "Absolutely. Considering his current state and what happened before, it makes complete sense. You need to understand this, Commander, whatever happened between him and Aizen Sosuke caused him to burn practically all of his Ryuryoku reserves. And none of that Ryuryoku regenerated. In comparison with how strong he was before, you can barely even classify him as a Shinigami anymore. The amount of Ryuryoku I could sense flowing within him is just on a level of a weaker student in the Shinigami Academy. For goodness sake, the boy almost killed himself with that stunt." After a moment of pregnant silence, the gruff-sounding man released a sigh. "What are his chances?" "Hard to say. Kurosaki Ichigo that we knew was an extremely stubborn individual, so I'm positive that given enough time, he will recover. His core is way too powerful for him to remain in such a state. Physically, aside from the obvious, there is nothing wrong with him. Mentally, I detected no anomalies but a serious incident like this could change his personality. For the better or for the worse. I'd say our only choice is to wait and see." Once the woman finished talking, Ichigo heard a sound of footsteps slowly walking away, which meant the conversation was most likely over. With that in mind, he released a heavy sigh and leaned into his pillow. There was a tiny, subtle hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Well, that went better than I expected." Next time he woke up, he was no longer alone in the room. There was a whole group of Shinigami all around him. Most of them were either standing around the room or leaning on the walls, but a few of them sat on the chairs next to his bed. All of them were looking at him with both expectant and almost hopeful gazes. In response, Ichigo kept an impassive facade, though on the inside, he felt like sighing. In the back of his mind, he was aware that what he was doing was not fair, but at the same time, he knew he needed time. "Hello, Ichigo." The man sitting closest to him greeted him in quiet voice. "Can I help you?" He replied with an innocent question that caused the man, as well as the rest of the room, to sigh deeply. The man shifted in his seat and looked quite uncomfortable, but still managed to continue as if nothing was wrong. "Do you know who I am, Ichigo?" Ichigo scrunched up his eyes and gave the man an uncertain look. "It's a guess, but you're probably some kind of family? Father maybe?" he stated, rather than asked, and, before the man could respond, turned towards the petite girl on the opposite side of his bed with a questioning gaze. "Which would make you my sister? I heard that I had some." He realized that the question was going too far as soon as he saw a shadow crossing the man's face. It was a cruel thing to say, but he had no other choice if he wanted to continue doing what he had started. "Yes and no. I'm Ishine, your father," Ishine said, and then glanced at the petite girl, prompting her to sit straight and taking the mantle of talking from him. "I'm Rukia. Kukaki Rukia. I'm your friend, Ichigo." Ichigo nodded to her with neutral expression. In an attempt to lessen the heavy atmosphere that was quite clearly setting within the room, he looked up at the others with an expectant gaze. Almost immediately, they responded, one by one. "Abarai Renji. Hisagi Shihei. Madare Mikeku. Ayaskawa Yumichika. Amagai Shisuke. Matsumoto Rainjiku." With each name, Ichigo gave out a short nod. "Nii-sama and some other captains wanted to visit as well, but we figured that it would fill the room with way too much Ryotsu, and since you barely have any now," Rukia said, but trailed off at the end as if realizing some painful truth. "Right, that's the pressure a Shinigami gives out whenever he's using his spiritual energy." Ichigo reacted with an uncertain gaze. "Yeah." Nodding to himself, Ichigo then blinked. "So, it's nice to see that people care about me, but I kind of have no idea why." Somebody in the room audibly gulped, but Ichigo didn't know who. It didn't really matter though. The reaction in itself was a clear indication that the occupants of the room finally lost any kind of hope they previously held. Sitting closest to him, Ishine cleared his throat and formed a sad, yet determined face. "Well then, it's best that we start at the beginning. Do you want the short version or the complete one?" he asked, to which Ichigo pressed his lips together and slowly sat, so that his back was pushed into the wall behind him. "If you don't mind, the complete one would be better." Ishine nodded, but there was a hint of hesitation written all over his face. "Are you sure, Ichigo? Your story is not one of the happiest ones." Ichigo slowly leaned forward and gave the man a hard but intense stare, causing the man to widen his eyes in surprise. "You bet your ass I am sure," he said. A few of his visitors chuckled. Ishine managed to form a smile. "All right. So, it all began on a rainy night more than 20 years ago when I first met your mother." Hours later, Ichigo lay under heavy blanket that kept him warm despite the cold weather raging outside. While the Soul Society had only one season that lasted the whole year, and so there was no chance of ever seeing a snow, the temperature mirrored the one in the world of the living, where winter had already begun. His eyes were closed, yet he wasn't asleep. He was still sorting through his thoughts that had popped up while listening to his father, with occasional input from the others, retelling him the story of his life. He had taken the opportunity to study the reactions and obvious signs of strong emotions throughout the whole ordeal and found himself quite surprised with what he had noticed. "I really thought they would hold some kind of grudge against me, but they were genuinely happy to see me. Maybe I didn't screw things up as much as I thought, huh?" Only because of the deafening silence he heard the door to his room open. It was the deepest and darkest part of the night, and without any source of light, Ichigo had no idea who had just entered his room. However, as he listened to the almost cat-like footsteps of the unseen visitor, he got a vague idea of the person's identity. When the person stopped walking and he realized it was only inches away from his bed, he could smell the freshness, a pure clean aura of death, and knew he got it right. Instinctively, he could feel the person leaning forward until the face covered with shadows of the night was barely a foot away from his own. A warm breath fell upon his skin and he had to fight the urge to shudder. Then, just as fast as it came, the warm feeling was gone. Yet the source of it remained standing close to him. You know, Kurosaki, if you did a better job on the mission, you wouldn't be in this mess right now. The person whispered in an even, but distinctively female, voice that could cut through steel. It was such a foolish thing you did too. What did you even do to him, Kurosaki? Not even Kurotsuki or Urahara know, and that's saying something. Why couldn't you just stop the mission and quietly rejoin our ranks? We would have won the war even without you doing it. I'm sure of it. Ichigo didn't dare to move a single inch, but when a small hand landed on his shoulder, lightly tapping him in some sort of an awkward good boy style, he almost jumped out of his skin. Fortunately for him, the person, she, didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Then the tapping stopped, but the hand remained on his shoulder for a few more seconds. What am I even saying? I shouldn't even be here. You are just another wounded soldier that has returned from a mission. I do not care about your well-being, not any less nor any more than I am supposed to. The voice went silent and Ichigo thought it was over, but then the hand on his shoulder twitched and painfully dug into his flesh. Who am I kidding? I'm sorry, Kurosaki. I apologize for sending you on a suicide mission. You are not a spy material, yet I still sent you on an assignment of such type. When I look back, I know I had all the right reasons, but also some bad ones too. I was just so angry at you. So angry that because of you, a barely trained and brass individual, Yuryu-Aki-sama had to sacrifice herself. Anger clouded my judgment and I didn't think straight. Now, I feel guilty, which is an emotion I have never felt before. I feel guilty that because of my quick temper that I am yet to completely tame, I may have destroyed a young, promising Shinigami's career. My quick temper almost got you killed. You, the person so many of my peers hold in high regard. A person that Yuryu-Aki-sama herself think highly of. The voice never wavered and there was no stream of tears coming down her face. Despite the dark, Ichigo was sure of it. Even if because of an odd, morbid desire he actually wanted that to happen. And that is the highest kind of praise I could ever dream of, Kurosaki. I hope you can get through this. I was almost starting to enjoy our spars. You are a good soldier, Kurosaki. Remain one. And just like that, she was gone. It was only after the door were already closing that he felt the light breeze created after her quick movement. It was then that he finally allowed himself to take a breath. He then breathed out very slowly. Would you look at that? Something I would have never expected to witness, happened. He thought and fought against a tiny smirk that formed on his face. So, you can act nice after all, Captain Sui Feng. 3 days later, Ichigo was finally released from the medical care with a clean health bill, though the captain of the 4th Division had been quick to remind him not to strain himself too much for at least a few more days. Not interested in bickering with her, he had just shrugged and nodded without offering any words in return. Truthfully, he wasn't planning on doing any strenuous activity anyway. Not immediately at the very least. In those last 3 days, he went through few more visits that left him more and more informed about the current state of the Soul Society. One of them left him a copy of the Shirai magazine, which he immediately read through, though he took his time reading the column of his direct superior officer, Hisagi. The contents surprised him but also left him strangely happy. It was nice to know that he wasn't the only one dissatisfied with the state of affairs in Soul Society. It almost made him want to go and write an article himself, but the reality of the official version of his state prevented him from doing so. He had amnesia, after all. It would have been extremely strange for somebody who had just learned what the world was about to write anything preachy. If he wanted to scratch that itch, he would have to wait for a while. Coupled with his leave of absence, he suddenly found himself with an incredible amount of free time that briefly left him stumped. So far, he had spent most of his free time training, but now, when his spiritual energy was apparently at the lowest point ever, even training was out of the question. With nothing else to do, Ichigo spent his first day out of the 4th Division barracks simply roaming the streets of Shirai. Having no definite direction in mind, he walked aimlessly, relying only on his legs to carry him wherever they wanted to go. From time to time, he met others, both low and high-ranking officers, yet he offered his greetings only sparsely. Reactions to his presence were varied. Some seemed to be pretty excited about meeting him, calling him a hero of the war. Some reacted in an opposite manner. Most of them, though, were neutral. Ichigo was content with it. Overly praising him would be both awkward and undeserving, while overly antagonizing would be just bothersome. Neutral, though, he could get behind neutral. It showed the Shinigami weren't a group of sheep, easily swayed by a known figure, although the more he thought about it, the more he wasn't sure whether it was because of his deeds or because of his personality. Not like I really care. He didn't. Not being in the spotlight of the everyday life allowed him to live in a fairly quiet way, and he liked that. After being in the middle of so many questionable situations, he was now well known among the Seirai population, but losing most of his powers caused a large drop in their interest in him. It was a welcomed change, and he embraced it fully by going on with his days in seclusion, reading books of fiction, something he had used to do in the distant past. And while the official Seirai library didn't offer much of the modern literature, he was fine with the vast array of books containing the best minds of the past. Even Shakespeare, the author his past self enjoyed the most, had a few pieces there. Once again, he engrossed himself in the stylized language of the 16th century's England and eagerly soaked the tragedy of Danish prince, who died in his friend's arms, poisoned and betrayed by the politics of the aristocracy. Same as the prince, Ichigo pondered whether to be, or not to be. As always, he couldn't find the answer to such a question. Feeling the irony, he flipped through the pages containing the story of a Scottish general, a story pertaining the damaging physical and psychological effects of political ambition on those who sought power for their own sake. As he read through the fine piece of literature, he was strongly reminded of the Soul Society and its patrons, the Shinigami. Without scruples, he swallowed the masterpiece of tragedy, a story of gradual descent into madness of a king who brought destruction into his life with his own actions. The book strangely reminded him of his own life. It was then, when he realized 2 whole weeks had passed since his release from the 4th Division. As he carefully closed the book, he glanced at the ceiling above him and released a determined sigh. Time for some non-fiction. It was a cold morning that saw Ichigo walking through a narrow passage in the southern parts of Seirai. Every time his calm, regular breath got outside his mouth, it turned into vapor. For several long minutes, it served him as a source of a tiny bit of amusement. He had never smoked before and wasn't even planning on trying it anytime soon, but the imagery of the vapor served as an idea of how he would look like if he tried it. However, his amused expression was not in correspondence with his inner feelings. He kept a low, carefree profile and tried not to look as determined as he felt. He knew it wouldn't do him any good to appear as if he was in control. Better to let them think I'm harmless, he thought. Slowly immersing himself in the thoughts of the books he wanted to get, he didn't notice a person walking out of a nearby walkway. It was only because of the other person's awareness that they didn't collide. "Ah, Ichigo-kun. It's good to see you." It was a familiar voice that brought Ichigo out of his musings and made a small part of his face, located right under his left eye, twitch. He didn't mean to do that. I was just something of an instinctive reaction that he had built up over the months of being exposed to the elements of Soul Society. Elements like the person in front of him. "Captain Kiraku, right?" Ichigo said slowly while giving the man a short nod. The captain of the 8th Division formed a lazy smile in return. "Indeed." Once the words came out of the man's mouth, Ichigo waited for a few seconds, but since it was clear nothing else was happening, he restarted walking, only to realize the man began to walk by his side. "Can I help you with anything, Captain?" he asked in what he hoped was a polite enough tone. "Oh, no, I don't think so. I was just wondering where you were headed," Kiraku stated cheerfully, graciously ignoring the scowl that formed on Ichigo's face. The small part below Ichigo's left eye twitched again. He drew a sharp breath that caused him to briefly close his eyes in an attempt to ignore the pain in his nose from the chilly air. Silently, he nodded towards the books in his hands. "I'm returning these." When he opened his eyes, he saw Kiraku giving the books an interested glance. He mentally groaned, though he managed to stop himself from doing it for real, and sighed. "Shakespeare, huh?" He's famous for his tragedies, isn't he? Kiraku noted and raised one of his eyebrows. I guess. You don't look like the guy who would enjoy reading about a tragedy. Ichigo bit the inside of his lower lip and shifted the books in his hands, while trying not to look the captain in the eyes. For some reason, he felt threatened, even though it didn't make any sense to him. It's not about the tragedy itself. It's about the message contained in it. He replied after a brief moment of thinking. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Kiraku turning his head away from him and pointing his eyes forward. Personally, I never read his works, so I wonder, what kind of message is that? Ichigo stopped walking and waited until the man did the same and looked at him. Raising his hands, he offered the man the books. If you want to know, you should read them. It's kind of a waste to spoil such good pieces of literature. Kiraku lowered his eyes to look at the books in front of him. He shook his head and Ichigo thought he caught a glimpse of sadness mirrored in his eyes. Thank you, but I have to decline the offer. I dislike tragedies. There are enough of them in the world around me, and so I prefer to read things that uplift the spirit, not bury him under the weight of reality. Kiraku said and then formed his lazy smile once again. He looked up at Ichigo. But I would really like to hear your thoughts. Before your injury, I always enjoyed talking to you, Ichigo-kun. Ichigo slowly withdrew his hands and shifted the books so they would be pressed against his hip. Then he restarted walking. He ignored the expectant look in the captain's eyes and sighed once again. To truly relay the moral of these stories, I'd need more time than I'm willing to spend outside in this weather. Though I think I can unravel the raw undertone in a few words, if that's what you really want. Please, do. Snorting in exasperation, Ichigo lightly shook his head. Then he tapped the cover of the first book with his free hand. Tragedy of a Prince. What message is contained in it? Do not be naive. Do not trust everyone. Be on your guard. Underestimate any of these and you will lose your life, poisoned by those you would suspect the least. He stated in a firm voice and then tapped the second book. Tragedy of a General. Its message? Power for the sake of power will destroy you from within but also from the outside. Do not rush towards power contained in any domain of living, as it is a natural path towards destruction. A road to perdition, so to speak. Before delving into the last book, he took a deep, yet controlled, breath. Only once he released a large amount of vapor from his mouth, he tapped the cover of the last book. Tragedy of a King. This one is the simplest yet most powerful at the same time. Do not blame others for your mishaps. Do not try and excuse the results of your choices. Live your life with the responsibility for your choices firmly in your grasp. Your own actions are the only thing that could take you towards salvation but also towards annihilation of your own soul. When he finished talking, Ichigo once again stopped walking and defiantly looked the captain straight in the eyes. Still think these aren't worth the bit of pain? He knew he had said way too much as soon as he saw the odd look in Kiraku's eyes. Without needing any sort of dictionary for the human behavior, he instantly recognized the emotions shining in the man's eyes. Respect. Surprise. Sadness. Hope. The last one confused the hell out of him, but before he could even open his mouth, the man was already speaking. Time and time again, I'm reminded of just how old your soul is, Ichigo-kun. I don't mean physically. No teen that I know of speaks so mature in topics that matter. It is good to know that not even losing your memories erased your personality. Though I must say there seems to be something new in you. For the moment, Ichigo ignored most of the man's words and focused on the last part. What's that? Cynicism. Ichigo's eyes shot wide open in surprise. You mean I wasn't cynical before? Despite the topic, Kiraku snorted. Pessimistic? Moody? Sure. But not completely cynical. Don't take it the wrong way, though. After everything you have been through, it is understandable you'd become a bit cynical. Just remember one thing. Sensing the final, parting words coming, Ichigo took a step closer to the man and waited. What's that? Road to destruction doesn't come just from things like betrayal, hunger for power, or your own wrong choices. In each and every one of us, there's a monster sleeping deep within, and it doesn't matter if you are a saint or a demon. Sometimes, a man cannot hold on to the hope and the monster wakes up. Though that alone is not enough to destroy you, left unchecked, given a free roam, things like that are. Do not let the deepest darkest parts of you take control of your life. Ichigo-kun. Chapter 43, Foundations of Justice, Collateral Consequences. Unlike the trip itself, the visit in the library was long but uneventful. After listening to the parting words of the captain of the 8th Division, Ichigo spent around a minute pondering about all meanings hidden in them. However, once the 60 seconds of intense thinking passed, he let go of his thoughts with a slight shake of his head. Instead, he focused on the task at hand, and as he returned the works of Shakespeare, his eyes fell on the books in a nearby section. The name of the section itself made him raise both his eyebrows as he considered the knowledge he could draw from it. War. He whispered. He stood motionless and his eyes narrowed to tiny slits as he realized that borrowing books from that section could benefit him in many ways. There were no cons, only pros. A split-second decision later, he bent in his waist and closed the gap between his face and the books in the section. Humming to himself, he crept along the large bookshelf and read all the titles with his inner voice, pausing only when he reached something that caught his interest. That's an interesting selection they have here, he thought when he reached for the first book. Ah, the classic. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Yeah, I'm getting this one. After plucking the small book from the shelf and getting a firm grasp on it, he moved further along. But only a few seconds later he made a second stop. A History of Warfare. This one looks modern. I wonder who got it from the world of the living. Whatever, sounds good. Looking further to the side, yet another book caught his eyes. Vom Krieg. He took the book out of the shelf and looked inside. For several long seconds, he flipped through the pages and read through multiple lines of text until he was sure he knew at least a raw summary of the book. Written by Prussian general, post-Napoleonic Wars. I'm sold. He closed the book and put it on the top of his pile. Then his eyes caught another title. It didn't fit the theme of the section, but, if only to see the twisted beliefs of one of the worst criminals in the history of mankind, he took it. Feeling conscious about its title, he pushed it to the middle of his pile. Then he took a step away from the bookshelf and looked at the books he had chosen so far. One of his eyebrows shot upwards while the left corner of his mouth twitched in the opposite direction. Yikes. That is an interesting selection. Quite a leap from Shakespeare, but I think the librarian won't mind. After all, these are just books. Nothing suspicious about borrowing them. He thought and glanced back at the bookshelf, filled with dozens of other books. Though I should stop here. There's no point in borrowing any more. I still want to visit the library in the academy. With that in mind, he tightened the hold on his chosen books and made his way towards the entrance, where the librarian sat with his face glued to a thick, large scroll of unknown origin. Without uttering a word, Ichigo placed all of his books on the counter and waited until the man raised his head. A man of a few words, the librarian threw only a fleeting gaze on the titles. With a few taps on the computer keyboard next to him, he entered the necessary information and then placed a scrap of paper on top of Ichigo's books. Borrowing period on these is 1 month. He grunted. Shrugging, Ichigo accepted the terms and grabbed the books. A minute later, he was breathing the chilly air of the outside world. Returning to his room just to drop the books, Ichigo made one more trip outside, to the Shinigami Academy, where he took a few more books he intended to read, all with ridiculous names but containing important data. Now that the reserve of his spiritual energy seemed to be at its lowest point possible, he knew he had the best shot at mastering the one side of Shinigami arts in which he still lacked proper finesse. Kido. When he closed the doors to his room and sat on the bed, evening was already in full flow. Grabbing all the books he had borrowed that day, he tentatively placed them around him. Even though he had an abundance of free time, all of a sudden, he found himself unable to choose what to read first. Low noise coming from the outside world felt like a lullaby and he had to shook his head to stay focused. Leaning backwards into the wall behind him, his eyes drifted along the titles in front of him as he tried to make the final decision. With each tick of the clock, his mind fought the war against the loss of concentration until, with a quiet grunt, he reached for the sword placed near his bedside table. He straightened his back, crossed his legs, assumed a meditative pose, then placed his Zanpakuto over his lap and closed his eyes. They called the pose Jinzen, and it served Shinigami as a method of communicating with their inner world. Mere minutes later, his eyes opened. A minuscule smirk which grew bigger during his stay in his inner world dissipated, and his earlier indecisiveness fell from both his shoulders and mind. At the very best, less than a month of this facade, huh? Thanks, that will be plenty. He said, apparently to no one, and put his Zanpakuto away. With a few lazy movements, he put most of the books to the shelf above his bed, leaving only one available. Academic Theory on the Arts of Kido, Their Construction, Usage, and Application. Well, that's a boring title if I ever saw one. He muttered when he glanced at the cover of the remaining book. Yet he didn't let himself get discouraged and, his eyes almost glowing with determination, he flipped through the first introductory pages. Skimming through the text, he reached the contents page and tapped his finger on the desired page number. Page 112, section, Heido Spells. Heido number 1. Show, thrust, dot. He muttered to himself and flipped the pages. Squinting a little, he looked at the picture which accompanied the notes explaining the spell and shook his head. Already know this one well enough. He skipped the next spell as it didn't catch his interest and slowed down on the one after it. Heido number 3. Utsukyo, compression ball. Practitioner points his open palm at the target and discharges a ball of compressed air that is powerful enough to dent a moderately hard surface. He read along and hummed to himself. Moving his eyes, he looked at the picture, in which a faceless Shinigami showed the stance and practical application of the spell, and narrowed his eyes, deep in thoughts. I could use it to surprise an opponent and push him away without straining myself. All right. He mused and reached into his bedside table, from which he took out a new, empty notebook. Picking up a pen, he made several short notes and then brought the upper tip of the pen to his mouth. Satisfied, he nodded to himself and flipped the page. Heido number 4. Byakurai, pale lightning, essentially a concentrated bolt of lightning. Kind of flashy. Next. Tapping his lower lip with the tip of the pen, he browsed the pages for anything interesting while mentally reading through the spell's names. Heido number 5. Shokaden, red fire bullet. Heido number 7. Fudahoki, boiling steam. Heido number 8. Onpasan, sonic flash. Heido number 9. Hirameku, flash. Heido number 10. Tsuchikaizu, earth scar. Heido number 11. Tsuyuzuri Raiden, bound lightning. Most of these either require a preparation period or are useless to me. Although number 8 looks quite interesting. To use this spell, the practitioner pushes energy through his mouth and, with his voice, generates a sonic wave capable of causing pain in his opponent's ear canal and deafening him. Pushing air through his nostrils with a thoughtful expression, he lowered his hand and made another set of notes in his notebook. Once the ballpoint of the pen stopped making scribbling noise, the only sound in the room was the rustling of pages and Ichigo's occasional humming. Ah! Heido number 17. Banikimori, Crimson Blood Lance. Usable in situations when the practitioner has access to his own blood. When I'm already bleeding, basically. Gathering blood in his hand, the practitioner makes a throwing motion while channeling his energy into the blood and turning it into solid matter. Then he throws the created lance at his opponent. Another note appeared in his notebook. Heido number 21. Nikatsu, feline swipe. Making a swipe motion with his hand, the practitioner focuses his energy into the tips of his fingers, discharging a strike in form of feline claw, capable of tearing the skin and muscles of his opponent. Frequently used in combination with Hakuda. For a few moments, Ichigo imagined himself using the spell in a spar with Sui Feng, and a smirk found its way to his face. Whether it was just his good imagination, the shocked expression on the imaginary captain's face seemed worth the effort of learning the spell. Saying nothing, he made a note in the notebook. Then he moved back a little and looked at the scribbles he had made so far with a critical eye. For mostly lower-level Heido spells. I don't think it's viable trying to learn more for now. He mumbled and leaned backwards until the weight of his upper body won over the strength of his back muscles and forced him to lie down with his eyes facing the ceiling. I'm not even sure training is a good idea. If I'm not careful and tap into deeper levels, I may pull out more energy than they think I have, and that would spell trouble. So, until I'm ready, I have to train in secret. Obviously, that renders 99% of Siridi unusable. The remaining 1% represents the secret training area within Sokioku Hill. It is a good location, and the only people who know about it that are in Seoul society are Yuryuki Shihoan and Captain Sui Feng. However, these two are also superb at sensing Ryotsu, and, since the area isn't shielded, they could easily recognize my energy signature. So, if I want to train within the bounds of Siridi, I need an enclosure shielded with Sekizeki mineral, shielded area. Sekizeki. As his brain worked in overdrive, his eyes began to narrow until the image of the ceiling above him blurred. Not even aware of what he was doing, his eyes moved from side to side in an attempt to find the answer to his problem. Strangely, his mind felt blank, as if somebody took an eraser to the canvas of his brain and wiped it clean. Silence filled his consciousness, and only occasional noise of distant thoughts forced the air within his mind to vibrate. Was he that tired, or was he going at it from the wrong end? Tilting his head to the side, he relaxed his eye muscles and then brought his right hand to his head to massage his temple. I'm most likely focusing on a wrong detail. I don't need to think about places shielded with Sekizeki. What I need to think about are places that could contain Ryotsu. Most training areas in each division's barracks have a layer of Sekizeki built into one wall. That is not enough. Buildings of Central 46 contains some of it for sure, but that area is out of my reach. So, what else is there? Maggot's Nest. Laboratory of the 12th Division. Some parts of Noble Clan's housings. Maybe underground prison. But none of these are helpful. Come on, Ichigo. You didn't borrow these books on Kido for nothing. His train of thought halted, coming to a crash in the middle of a race with no warning. An answer popped in his mind almost as if it teleported from the outer parts of the universe. Yet, it made perfect sense, and Ichigo groaned in exasperation. Why didn't he think of that sooner? Of course. The freaking Shinigami Academy has few small training areas designed just for this purpose. I'm an idiot. Rolling over to his stomach, he raised his head only to plunge it downwards, so it hit the firm, yet soft surface of the mattress. With his face still embedded in it, he released a deep sigh. Now, the only thing I need is to come up with a believable reason that will get me into using one of those training areas without raising suspicion. Standing in the middle of an empty hallway, Ichigo stared down the man in front of him with an expression that seemed to have been a mixture of multiple emotions, disinterest, irritation, and exasperation, but also urgent honesty and anticipation. Almost a whole minute had passed since the two of them entered this staring contest, but so far, there was no clear victor. Neither of them moved an inch, and their eyes remained in a fixed position. However, Ichigo had one advantage. He knew the man. The staring match was just a pretense, a charade to uphold a sense of pride and to establish the respect they would have towards each other. Ichigo had realized the academy would grant him his request as soon as he had found out with whom he would have to deal. One glance at the face of the older man was enough to convince him that his second visit to the Shinigami Academy in the past 2 days would not result in failure. It wasn't in the man's nature not to help him. Gengoro Onabara just wasn't like that. It still doesn't feel right, you know. Not being able to sense your Ryotsu. The academy instructor finally spoke and, with a short nod, ended the staring contest. Tell me about it. Ichigo muttered and nodded in return. Right after that, Gengoro led him through a hallway, a steep staircase and another hallway, towards a small door plastered in the middle of a cold rock-like wall. I mean, I understand. Many first years face the same problem. It's difficult for somebody with little spiritual energy to live and function around those who have several dozen times more of it. From what I know, it is like a condition known in the world of the living as seasick. The instructor said before he opened the door. That's one way to put it. It makes me jittery and unable to focus on anything that's not a menial task. Ichigo retorted with a grunt. Led into the middle of the dark room, he waited until Gengoro turned on the light. Though it surprises me you said nothing for the past 2 weeks. Ichigo closed his eyes and shrugged. Didn't want to bother anyone. I can sleep fine, it's just during the day, when I'm wandering Siridi that it gets uncomfortable. I spent most of the time reading in my room but, well, I thought a change in the layout would be nice. It didn't work out as well as I hoped it would," he said, adding one more shrug at the end. Gengoro snorted and patted his shoulder with few light slaps. "Yes, I can see that." Then he walked away until Ichigo heard him closing the door. "Anyway, this room gets no use nowadays, so drop by any time you want. If, perchance, it isn't available, just stop by and we can find an alternative. Just don't forget to leave by 9 o'clock and lock the door after you leave. I put the key on the shelf over there," the instructor said and pointed at the far side of the room. With a grateful grin, Ichigo nodded to him and watched him leave. Once the sound of footsteps turned inaudible and was replaced with comfortable silence, Ichigo let out a short, relieved sigh. Right after that, he shuddered. While the walls made from sekizeki had a somewhat different, altered composition and structure compared to those used for keeping prisoners, being in the middle of a room with walls made of the mineral felt disconcerting. But unlike rooms for prisoners, the training rooms in the academy, such as the one he was in, were finely tuned and made breathable so well, not even a longer stay could rob the trainees of their Riryoku or their spiritual senses. But it was still a weird sensation. This could take a while to get used to, he thought. Still better than nothing, he added out loud after a moment of thinking. Taking a deep breath, he dropped the bag filled with books on the floor and moved away from them to create a bit of space. The next few minutes were filled with calm, regular breathing as Ichigo went through several stretching exercises to galvanize his stiff body, warm up his unused muscles, unblock his creaky joints and rattle his dead bones. A groan of an old man escaped through his mouth, but a loud cracking noise coming from his joints masked it well enough. "Oh man, that almost scared me," he said with a snort and then walked back to the bag. Halfway bent down to reach into it, he stiffened and thought about his intentions. With a thoughtful expression, he straightened his back and took a step back. His eyes moved from the bag to his hands and he formed a contemplative frown. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Ichigo. You still haven't tried to pull back any of your energy," he berated himself and, closing his eyes, plunged into his mindscape, where he found his carefully carved out canals that had used to overflow with Riryoku arid. Though there was a tiny, to the naked eye imperceptible stream, it flowed through only one canal. Ichigo's expression didn't change, but the sight saddened him. Ouch. He shook his head. I chose this myself, he thought and looked towards the location where a ball of energy that represented his Riryoku reserves used to be. He blinked in honest surprise. The ball looked bigger than he remembered it. Aside from that, the rest of its appearance didn't surprise him. Not even the fact that, unlike before, it was no longer emitting any form of glow or light and, instead, something akin to a thick membrane of impenetrable void that seemed to connect with something further away through a single thick string of indescribable energy covered its surface. "You two did a fantastic job. It feels like there's nothing there. But I guess it's time to take a tiny portion," he stated, expecting no reaction. Then he crouched down and placed one of his fingers into the only not dried up canal and used his mind to form a mental link to the energy contained within it. Once he did it, he left his mindscape. Back in the training room, he raised his right arm and pointed his index finger forward. Focusing on the bit of energy within him, he pictured the desired effect. Hado number 1. Show. A tiny smile, almost a grin, formed on his lips an instant later. "All right. I can do this." 3 days after he started his daily routine of visiting the isolated training room, and just as he was leaving the academy compound, he encountered the person he most likely should have spoken with a lot more, his father. Though it wasn't as if he had been avoiding the man. There was no personal vendetta going on. But he didn't feel the need to talk to him either. Whether it was because he was becoming a grown-up man, a man of his own, or because of a different reason he himself wasn't aware of, he wasn't sure. But once he heard his Heinz greeting, he realized his emotional turmoil must have shown on his face. "Hey Ichigo, is something wrong?" Ichigo shook his head and tried to form a friendly expression. Just thinking." "What's up, Dad?" He saw his Heinz face soften, and the man took a step closer only to place a hand on his shoulder. "I was talking to Kyokaku and Dash." "Say no more." Ichigo cut him off with an amused snort. He still recalled the day after he had woken up from coma when the explosive family member made quite the scene by bursting through the entire 4th Division compound like fireworks. The irony of the observation made him chuckle even now. Ishine mimicked his reaction and snorted too. Ha! Don't worry, though. Nothing embarrassing happened this time. We discussed something I have been thinking about for the past few days though. Well, longer than that. Actually, ever since you woke up. Ishine said, and the corners of his mouth fell, turning his happy face remorseful. Seeing that, Ichigo sighed and prepared for the worst. Okay, let's hear it. Ishine patted him on the shoulder. She, and by extension me, wants you to come and live with her in the Shiba mansion. Before he could stop himself, words came out of Ichigo's mouth, nothing short of a desperate whine. Hell no. He felt the hand on his shoulder stiffen for a moment, but then Ishine erupted in a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Don't let Kyokaku hear you say that. Though confident there was no way she could have heard his shout, Ichigo still shuddered when he imagined it. He took a deep breath and sighed, but before he uttered a single word, Ishine was already talking. It doesn't have to be permanent. But you're still recuperating, and so we thought living with the family would be nice. You know, since we have a lot of catching up. All of us. From the corner of his eyes, Ichigo noticed Ishine's faraway stare. You're coming as well? Ishine's eyes returned to the reality, and he gave a short nod. Yeah. Kyokaku's been pestering me for months now. I mean, I vanished for over 20 years, so I understand her feelings. But I didn't feel comfortable going there by myself. So, you're using me as a safe boat? Ichigo asked with a raised eyebrow. When Ishine turned to him with a frown, he couldn't help it and he had to stifle a chuckle threatening to escape his lips. Cheeky. You're not wrong, though. It may shock you, but I know how overbearing Shiba family can at times be. It always was. Still, both Kyokaku and Ganju are my family and I love them. He stated, causing Ichigo's second eyebrow to shoot up. So? What do you say? Ichigo turned away from him and lowered his eyes to stare at the ground he was walking on. Thinking about the offer seriously, for a moment his eyes lost their focus. A few days ago, I made a deal with the academy about using one of their rooms to relax, and I don't want to back away from that. You don't have to. Just try to spend some time with us too, that's all we're asking. He heard Ishine say. With that out of the way, he couldn't find any reasonable reason not to say yes. Aside from her affectionate and overbearing nature, he liked Kyokaku. Without another objection, he shrugged. Okay. Sitting down in the middle of the training room, Ichigo reached into his bag and took out all the books he had brought with him. At a leisure pace, he placed them on the ground and sorted them into groups based on the importance of information in them, but also on their thematic class. Once he finished, he leaned backwards and looked at the pile in front of him with an exasperated stare and with his eyes opened as wide as possible. Well, shit. An echo of a distant voice called out to him in his mind and he nodded in agreement. Yeah, I should slow down. Or, better yet, create a schedule. He muttered and adopted a thinking pose with his legs crossed and both arms supporting the weight of his upper body that was bent backwards. I won't rush my Kido. Unless I'm convinced I mastered the spells I decided to learn, I won't read further. I could, however, stop bringing books on war and strategy. There's nothing in them I could train in. It's all but a theory I have to carve into my mind by reading it repeatedly. He said out loud for the words to echo within the room. He remained in the same pose for several more seconds and stared at the wall in front of him with unfocused eyes. Then the newest additions in his book collection entered his field of vision and his eyes regained focus. Straining his back muscle, he leaned forward and grabbed the books and placed them in his lap. Both were general encyclopedia containing data on multiple topics, though there was no connection between them. There was nothing impressive about the books, not the titles, covers, writing style nor the art of images. Yet he had chosen them for one simple reason. They were both the thickest encyclopedia he could find anywhere in Siriti and, thus, contained as much information as a book could contain. Even information relating to topics other books didn't touch on. Information such as detailed knowledge on hollow physiology, their habits, and instinctual behavior. Not to mention that one of the two books included a short chapter on something he hadn't seen in any other book. Quincy. There wasn't much data about them. It was a lot less than he had hoped for, but beggars can't be choosers, and so Ichigo decided it was enough. Hollows first, he said in a determined voice and opened the larger encyclopedia. After a moment filled with him flipping pages, he found the desired topic. He leaned closer to the book and read. Hollows, lit hollow beings, are a race of creatures born from human souls who, for various reasons, do not cross over to soul society after their death and stay in the human world for too long. He hummed to himself and looked lower. Included in this chapter are, overview, comprising subtopics like transformation process, tendencies, appearance, etc., destruction, demi-hollow overview, Minos classifications, comprising subtopics like Jillian, Agichas, Vastolord, hollow powers, special classifications, etc. A thoughtful, yet content, frown formed on his face. Gently, he placed the opened book on the ground next to him and put a bookmark in it, so that the pages wouldn't flip by themselves. Then he grabbed the other book and rummaged through its pages. Quincy, lit, Monk of Destruction, are human mediums that have the ability to detect the presence of hollows. He read and then glanced several lines of text lower. Included in this chapter are, overview, comprising subtopics like Reishi manipulation, spirit weapon, etc., appearance, history, danger to the balance, Quincy philosophy, recognized type of Quincy combat and recognized Quincy items. His frown deepened, but not because he was discontent with something. It was quite the opposite. He felt relieved the books he had found turned out to be a wellspring of information he was looking for. Placing a tiny bookmark in the book, he flipped through almost half of its pages, until he reached another topic he wanted to learn about. Time to form combat strategies against anything and anyone. He muttered and looked at the title of the chapter. Shinigami. So, how's the life of those on a vacation? Facing the question which could have been an insult but was really just a good-hearted jab, Ichigo rolled his eyes and shook his head. Instead of giving an immediate reply, he shifted in his seat and cracked his neck joints while giving the one asking him, Hisagi, a relaxed smirk. I'm tempted to say I'd be happier to be back, but when I see that stack of documents you have to read through, I think I'm good. Hisagi looked up from the paper he was reading through and let out an odd whimper of a wounded animal. You have no idea. These past few weeks have been an administrative nightmare. So much papers to sign, so many things to approve or reject, so many obituaries to write. Hisagi trailed off with an expression that quickly took a turn for worse and caused Ichigo to wince. Yeah. He muttered in agreement, not knowing what else he could say. For a few seconds, the only sound stopping the silence from overwhelming the room was the noise of Hisagi's pen scribbling down signatures with an occasional flip of a page. I read your article, Ichigo said after a moment. Hisagi's hand stopped moving and the scribbling of his pen died down. The vice captain of the 9th Division looked up and allowed Ichigo to see his neutral gaze. And? Ichigo smiled a little. I liked it. I thought it was a hard truth many needed to read. Reacting in an atypical way, Hisagi gave out a quiet snort. I knew you would. Raising one eyebrow, Ichigo looked at him with an unspoken question written all over his face. Hisagi put down the pen, leaned into his chair, grabbed a nearby glass of water and took a small sip. Then he sighed. You are the reason I wrote the article in the first place. Your actions, your story, and your character. Taken by surprise, Ichigo blinked and blindly reached for his own glass of water. Before putting it to his mouth, he spoke. I spoke to some people who know you better than I do and, looking at everything I learned about you with the eye of a journalist, I think I understood certain sides of you. Your motivations, goals, and hatred. A bit of water got caught in his windpipe and Ichigo fought against the urge for a coughing fit. Forcefully clearing his throat, he hit himself in the chest and looked at Hisagi with a frown. My hatred. Hisagi nodded. You don't like Shinigami, he said in a flat tone, causing Ichigo's frown to vanish and get replaced with a surprised expression. He took a while to regain his composure. When he did, he shifted in his seat once again, as if looking for a safe spot from which he could speak undisturbed. It's not that easy, Hisagi-san. For example, I don't dislike you. I don't dislike Rukia, Renji, Ikeiko-san and some others too. Hisagi stared at him with a thoughtful gaze. You mean you don't like Shinigami as an institution? Freezing on the spot, Ichigo felt like his brain pulled on a mental brake and his train of thoughts came to a screeching halt. His eyes widened, and he had to blink to regain his focus. He looked at Hisagi with a snort that came out of nowhere. You are a dangerous person, Hisagi-san. Good, but dangerous. Yeah, you're right. I don't like the way we Shinigami operate. We should be the guardians of the souls, the governors of the afterlife, yet every time I look further than the walls of Siraidai, I see nothing but grief, sorrow, and a great deal of misfortune. Sure, life in the first few districts on Rokanga is not that difficult, maybe even satisfactory, but these districts are nothing short of a minority. What about souls living further away? The worst thing is, Shinigami know about the state of affairs there, yet we do nothing. He finished in a strong voice that filled the room with its intensity like an expanding heat of an exploded bomb. Then he realized what he said and bit his tongue. After everything that had happened so far, even he knew some things were better left unsaid. Concerned but also bitter, he looked at Hisagi, only to see the man looking back at him with something he felt to be a look of understatement. That was another reason I wrote the article. Don't worry, Kurosaki. It may come as a surprise to you, but I agree with you. It is why I followed Captain Tison in the first place, because of the sense of justice that is missing here. Oh. Hisagi's head made a slight turn, and he looked through the window, at the cold morning of the new week. Believe it or not, I may not be the only one who agrees with you, Kurosaki. It's just that none is willing to risk his life for his conviction. Siraidai can be an ugly, dangerous place for those who are recusant, disobedient and those who don't agree with the system. It is this frustration that made me write that article. My anger at the injustice, pointless death, and dominance of those behind the masks. The vice captain said in an even tone that betrayed the bitterness pouring out of him. It was the tone of a voice that was no longer deaf, and it made Ichigo's insides shine with an honest sympathy. MHM. Ichigo mumbled. Even though Captain Tison died in the war, things he taught me are still with me and I shall keep it that way. If only because right before his death, he realized the errors of his way and wanted to make things right. Hisagi continued, surprising Ichigo with new information. So, he didn't believe in what Aizen preached. Looking away from the window and back at Ichigo, Hisagi shrugged. Hard to say. I think he truly believed Aizen could change the ways of Soul Society, but he probably didn't agree with all of his methods. After that, Hisagi returned to the work at hand and flipped through the pile of papers, saying nothing else. For almost a minute, Ichigo just watched him work. Deep in thoughts, he stared at his vice-captain with an almost hopeful gaze. The gears in his brain spun for long seconds until he reached a decision and opened his mouth. You know. He began and waited until Hisagi glanced at him. Then he pointed at the pile of documents. I could help you with those. It was the middle of the week and Ichigo was slowly adapting to the fact that he was now living in close quarters with a group of people most would call a family, but in reality, were a gathering of what he got used to call a bunch of social embarrassments. They were all awkward, loud, obnoxious to the point of being hysterically pushy, loud, and silly. He had to emphasize the loud part twice, seeing that the Shiba family truly were like that. Loud. Especially in the morning. Or at lunch. When drinking. After drinking. Before going to sleep. For Ichigo, somebody who enjoyed the melodic sound of silence, it was a torture. But that wasn't even the worst part. They wanted to talk to him about pointless, ludicrous, mundane, and uninteresting topics all the time. Topics which would cause a normal person to commit a seppuku with sake or any other alcohol only brought joy to their faces. Listening about his everyday life, about all details of his boring routine of the past, present and future made them laugh merrily like a crew of drunken sailors, rum-filled pirates. At regular intervals, they invaded his personal space with tight embraces, light slaps, or one-arm hugs. It had been only a few days yet Ichigo already lost count of how many times he felt Kyokaku's breasts on his cheeks, nose, forehead, or any other part of his face. At first, he tried to push her away. but the more she did it, the less he fought against it. Then he recalled something Ranjika had told him during their first session and realized the pleasant truth. Albeit unknowingly, acting the way she did all the time, without altering her personality or behavior even one bit and without treating him in a special way, Kyokaka was a natural in demolishing the remnants of his mental trauma, and she did it better and faster than he thought to be possible. He surmised that soon, she may even reach one of her goals, which was to use her sex appeal, as she called it, to make him blush. At that point, a revelation that made his heart ache his Ichigo with the strength of Atlas. I actually love these idiots. Social embarrassments or not, the Shiba clan were his family, and they did their best to make him feel welcome, to feel like a part of a functional and warm family. The sheer ridiculousness of such notion almost made him laugh. And though, in reality, he did not laugh, he remained in a remarkably good mood for the rest of the day. At least, until he met a certain white-haired young Shinigami whom he suspected could use one of Kyokaku's famous hugs or Ganju's rough shoulder slaps, the replacement captain of the 5th Division, Toshiro Hitsugaya. "Kurosake, do you have a moment?" The small captain asked in such a tired, defeated tone. Ichigo dropped the happy-go-lucky expression in a blink of an eye. The corners of his mouth receded back to their usual position, the wrinkles on his forehead became more profound and his eyes stopped twinkling with joy. With his regular frowny face visage complete, he nodded. "Sure." They walked for a while in complete silence. It seemed the captain wanted nobody to hear what he was about to say, and so he led Ichigo towards the outer parts of Siridi and then through the borders, all the way to Rokanga, where he finally spoke again while also raising and pointing his index finger at a nearby entrance to a dark cavern. There, with his head full of Shakespeare's tragedies, war strategies of the ancient philosophers and tactics taken from the pen of modern generals, for just a short interval that lasted the entirety of 2 seconds, Ichigo thought and believed he was being herded towards a lair of traps. But the thought went away almost as fast as it came. However, the small captain noticed the slight hesitation in Ichigo's steps and spoke again. "It's about Momo." Crossing the threshold between light and darkness, the two of them entered the massive hollow that seemed even bigger on the inside. While his eyes got used to the lack of light, a faint sound caused by a stream of air from his sigh briefly activating his vocal cords crawled through Ichigo's halfway parted lips and surprised him enough to form a reaction to the uttered words. "You must give me more than that, Captain." "About whom?" They passed a field of thin, wet, plastic-looking stalagmites and entered a realm of pointy and deadly stalactites along with a whole minefield of water puddles. Then they reached a part of the area where ice covered the stony walls of the cavern, greeting Ichigo with mild coldness. "Cool," Ichigo muttered, though the irony of his statement went over the captain's head. "Hinamori Momo." Toshiro spoke like a librarian who was stating a fact, though Ichigo's only reaction was a raised eyebrow. Seeing that, the tiny captain rubbed his temples. "How much did they tell you about, well, about yourself? About what you have done and what you did?" For a short moment, Ichigo looked away from him and walked to the nearest wall covered in ice. Mindful of the sharp edges, he pressed the palm of his left hand against the frost and enjoyed the pleasant sensation. As much as Captain Anohana allowed them to. "She seems to be afraid my condition may turn worse if I hear too much of my past at once. Something about relapse. So, while I can't assign the memories they have told me to almost any of my emotions, I do have a rough outline of what I've been doing since my birth and then after I died," he said after a moment. Slowly withdrawing his hand from the cold layer of frozen water, he glanced at the captain with a neutral gaze. "Do you know about your last mission?" Toshiro then asked and Ichigo nodded. "I know I was to play a spy to gather any information on a man called Aizen, and I know some things I did during that mission, but, since most of it happened in Hueco Mundo, away from the prying eyes, the rest is just a guess." Once the words came through his mouth, Ichigo watched Toshiro pace around with a barely visible sympathetic gaze. "I see. I suspected as much. Still, it doesn't matter. The important part is that during your mission, you uncovered a spy in our own ranks. Her name is Hinamori Momo. She was a vice-captain of the 5th Division." Even though nothing seemed out of the ordinary, Ichigo suddenly felt a chill crawling in his skin. It was as if the temperature within the cavern just dropped several degrees Celsius. It reminded him of what he had felt while walking towards the cave entrance. He took a slow, deliberate step backwards. You know, if you wanted to kill me, you didn't have to drag me all the way here. As soon as he said that, Toshiro stopped walking and turned to him with a shocked, even scared gaze full of horror. What? What are you talking about, Kurosaki? Narrowing his eyes, Ichigo stared him down a few seconds. Then he relaxed his body and shrugged. Nothing. I just thought you may be looking for some kind of revenge. What? No. How could? Oh, right. This does look weird. Toshiro exclaimed, but as the words flowed out of him, his temper faded. The small captain shook his head while releasing one of the deepest and longest sighs Ichigo had ever witnessed. No, this is not revenge. Honestly, it's the opposite. I want to thank you, Kurosaki. It was Ichigo's turn to stand still and staring in shock. What? With a start, Toshiro returned to pacing around and the temperature in their vicinity returned to its earlier value. Momo is one of my oldest, truest friends. She's the sister I never had, a member of my family that never existed. His fingers twitching, Ichigo broke through the mental paralysis but continued to stare at the captain with an incredulous gaze. And you want to thank me for uncovering her as a traitor? He asked in disbelief. Toshiro cringed a little, but the pace of his pacing remained the same. No. I want to thank you for uncovering her before she could have done something that would brand her as a person who has no chance of ever seeing the light of the day. I want to thank you for allowing us to apprehend her without resorting to violence and without creating a chaos amidst our ranks. Thanks to you, only the captains know about her true crime, what allows the 5th Division to remain somewhat functioning. He explained, and Ichigo noticed that as he spoke, the tiny captain looked centuries older than he was. What happened to her? Ichigo asked, his voice but a whisper. It was then when Toshiro slowed down his movement and, in a matter of a few seconds, his steps came to a halt. He turned to Ichigo with an expression so sad, Ichigo had to fight the battle against the cold hand trying to squeeze his insides. I wasn't there for her and so I didn't notice. Aizen's defection worried me, but she looked like she took it well, but, after we apprehended her and after what happened during the skirmish with Aizen, she had a mental breakdown accompanied with a complete loss of mental faculties. Toshiro said before his legs shook and he plopped on the ground in a heap. He gave Ichigo a desperate look. She doesn't know me anymore. She doesn't know her own name. She doesn't even speak our language. The few times she does respond to any words, she just mumbles gibberish. It's like, she's not there anymore. Like her body is just an empty shell. Standing still, it took all of Ichigo's strength to continue looking at Toshiro, but when the small captain reached his limit and tears flowed out of his eyes, he had to turn away. He couldn't bear the sight. It was improper, and he felt dirty. Like he was invading on the small captain's most intimate moment of honest sorrow. This is not like I imagined my day would end. He thought bitterly. Still, he didn't walk away. He prevailed against the battle of his own emotions and stayed with Toshiro until the droplets of salty water flowing down his face froze into human ice and until the captain forced himself to get up. So, we're back to what I wanted to say. Thank you, Kurosaki. There wasn't a way to reject the gratitude and so Ichigo accepted it with a nod, not trusting his voice yet. But as they stood there, facing each other, he had to say something. Can she get better? Toshiro looked down and shrugged, but his expression, though still sad, looked livelier than before. It doesn't feel like she can, but Anohana-san is optimistic and says with enough care and time, Momo could come back. However, chances are she won't remember most of her life. Ichigo raised his hand and pointed at himself. Amnesia like me? However, Toshiro shook his head. No. According to Anohana-san, it's different. Like a complete reformatting of the mind and brain, whatever that means. Still, memories or not, she would still be Momo. Another long-lasting silence fell upon them, but this time, it wasn't nearly as painful as it had been a few moments ago. It broke only after Toshiro turned to walk back towards the entrance of the cave. Ichigo followed right after him. The beautiful garden of stalagmites and stalactites served as a brief distraction. With that said, I'm taking a leave from my duties. It's just impossible for me to do them right now," Toshiro stated as the bright light of the entrance increased. Ichigo raised one eyebrow in surprise but said nothing. "I spoke to Captain Commander and, under several conditions, he allowed it for 2 months. When the violent rays of sun blinded them with their winter intensity, Ichigo rubbed his eyes and turned to him. Do you have a substitute?" Toshiro shrugged. "I'm working on it, but you know, if you didn't lose your memory and your spiritual energy, I'd ask you to do it, Kurosaki." Just thinking about the possibility made Ichigo shudder. The encounter with Toshiro left a bitter aftertaste in his taste buds and so, after returning to Shiba Mansion, he debated with himself whether to go back to his books or join Kyokaku for a bowl of strong alcohol. It was but the middle of the week and, in Kyokaku's own words, it was only natural to celebrate such a milestone with a night filled with booze and long slurred conversations. He was halfway convinced but then Kyokaku's regular alcoholic partner, Yoriyuki, arrived on the scene. In that moment, he realized joining them would end up with him in an embarrassing scene and so, after politely accepting one shot of booze, he made his leave. However, the idea of reading through any of his books felt oddly repulsive. Taking a shower instead, he decided the culprit behind his conflicting emotions must have been the shot of alcohol and certainly not the bit of guilt that tried to poison him right after he had said his goodbye to Toshiro. Either way, since he was certain he couldn't read a single line of text, he chose the only other way to spend the time before sleep he knew, a long stroll around Siriti. Fresh air of the coldest season did its thing and improved his mood as soon as it touched his hair, still damp from the shower. It also made him shiver, but he welcomed the sensation with opened arms. Anything was better than returning to his old ways of brooding, self-doubting, and moodiness. Only half an hour in his stroll, though, Wednesday decided he wasn't allowed to take a break from unpleasant encounters. It happened right after the main building of Central 46 came into his view. At first, it was just an uneasy feeling crawling up his spine, but it soon culminated and transformed into a serious case of goosebumps. At that point, Ichigo already knew what his instinct was trying to tell him. "What do you want?" he asked the meekly illuminated space around him. Despite seeing nothing, he knew somebody had been watching him. True to his hunch, something akin to an illusion shattered on his right and he became wary. Illusions had a bad habit of being the domain of one Aizen Sosuke and they rarely spelled good intentions. A trio of different men appeared in his vision. Cursing, his right hand shot to his sword. He cursed again. In his hasty retreat to the coldness of the late evening and early night, he had left his Zanpakuto back in his room. With clenched jaw, he took several steps away from the newcomers. "Jumpy, aren't ya?" Ichigo narrowed his eyes but then remembered his role. "Who are you and what do you want?" The same man who spoke first, spoke again. He tilted his head to the side in a wide grin that showed a set of impressive, symmetric teeth played on his mouth. "First you almost run away and now you act like you don't know us? Either you are bipolar or an impressive actor and, seeing as you played a spy for Aizen for several weeks, I have an urge to go with the latter." It was the leader of Veizato, Hirako Shinji. Standing next to him were two other members of the group, Meguruma Kensei and Ashoda Hachigen. Ichigo kept his previous facial expression though the tiny muscle hidden beneath the tissue right below his left eye twitched. "Considering you are leaking riot so filled with not-so-friendly intent all around you, coupled with the fact that you were hiding in some illusionary spell, I think it's safe to say I'd be downright retarded not to be cautious of you, whoever you are," he stated in a low voice. For a minute, nobody spoke nor moved. Locked in a staring match with the still grinning, albeit dangerously so, the leader of Veizato, Ichigo waited. Then the plump one of the three, Hachigen, patted Shinji on a shoulder while gently shaking his head. In response, Shinji scoffed but his body relaxed. "TCH. Clever brat. Fine. Maybe you deserve a second chance." Ichigo returned the favor and relaxed his stiff defensive stance too. "Right, whatever you say." He trailed off and threw an expectant gaze at the men in front of him, until they caught the message and introduced themselves. "Still, I'm not buying this whole amnesia thing. I'm convinced I saw a glint of recognition in your eyes, Kurosaki," Shinji said in a firm tone while staring at him with a penetrating gaze that made Ichigo squirm. He reflexively bit his tongue and spun the gears in his brain, forcing the gray matter in his head to work as fast as it possibly could. Trying to look innocent, he cleared his throat. By the time he finished doing it, an answer formed in his mind. Like I said, your Ryotsu is suffocating me, so it's easy to spot the hollow taint in it. You are wearing Shinigami clothes. Someone told me several things about Soul Society in my past, and so it wasn't that difficult to guess your identity. He explained, but saw a look of disbelief crossing two of the three faces in front of him. Then why were you afraid? If you heard of us, you must have also heard we joined your side in Hueco Mundo against Aizen. It took an effort, but he contained a snort threatening to come out. Heh, and that should calm me down how? You fought because you wanted a revenge on Aizen and, last I heard, I denied you the chance. What else would you want from me if not revenge for not giving you a chance for revenge? He countered. Watching the reactions, he saw Kensei rolling his eyes all the way to the back of his head, Hachigen scratching his head in puzzlement, and Shinji rubbing his face. I'm getting far too old to deal with this kind of crap. Shinji muttered and glanced at Kensei. The brawny man shook his head. Not a chance, Shinji. You're the one who wanted to talk to him. Not me. Shinji turned his head and glanced at Hachigen. I agree with Kensei-san. Ichigo watched Shinji rub his face one more time, then the man looked him straight in the eyes. When we first met, I thought you were a likable kid. Now I'm not so sure. It almost feels like I'm talking to that snake, Ichimaru. Fuck that coward. Kensei muttered and Shinji nodded in agreement. Yes. His good intentions aside, I hope he'll go to the prison for at least a century. I don't trust him. Same with you. I don't know if you have an amnesia and if you really don't know what happened with Aizen, but I don't trust you the same way I don't trust Ichimaru. Not breaking the eye contact, Ichigo scoffed with as much indifference as he could muster. That goes both ways, Hirako Shinji. I don't trust you as well because I feel that the second I try to and show you my back, you'll try to kill me with your Zanpakuto. He saw all three of them flinch and mentally grinned. The irony of his words had the effect he wanted it to have. His good mood returned. The few days following his chance meeting with Vazado, everything was quiet on the Siriti front. His initial worries about living with Shiba family dispersed in a cloud of regular socializing that he soon came to enjoy. Still, his routine comprising reading and visiting the training room in the academy remained. It engrossed him in soaking up the new information way too much to just let it go. Slowly, but steadily, he bit chunks of his books with the vigor of a teenager that just discovered the joys of reading. Despite having just enough spiritual energy, even his proficiency in Kido spells was rising. It was a pace of a snail slithering through sticky mud filled with crumbling gravel, but it was better than not moving at all. However, he was waiting for the day that would mark the end of the piece. It was inevitable. Ichigo was self-aware enough to know he had an uncanny ability to fall into foreign affairs with ease of a child jumping under the wheels of a running car while picking up a stray ball, but he realized he didn't mind it that much. Not anymore. After everything he had gone through, he had a strange feeling he was getting used to such things. After helping Hisagi with his never-ending pile of paperwork, an activity he now did in regular intervals, despite being on a leave, he received a shock in a form of Rukia waiting for him in front of the 9th Division barracks with her arms crossed but with her expression friendly. It was a mixture of contradictory body language signs, which was never a good sign. Especially with Rukia. To what do I owe the pleasure, Kukaki-san? He greeted her, barely hiding a cheeky smirk. Just as he knew she would, her friendly smile dried up and was replaced with a sour grimace. With 3 quick steps, she closed the distance between them and kicked him in the shin. I told you not to call me that. For you, I'm Rukia. He exaggeratedly rubbed the lower part of his leg, in his mind noting her kick stung, and faked a blush on his cheeks. Oh, wow. That sounds lewd. In exchange, Rukia went through several phases of different reactions. First, she froze and her brain seemed to shut down. It was as if she was not used to deal with a new Ichigo. Then she blinked at a furious pace in an attempt to restart her mind. After that, blood rushed into her cheeks and colored them with a moderate tint of pink. Last, her mouth opened, and she stuttered gibberish. The whole transformation took about 10 seconds, and at the end, Ichigo found mercy in himself and laughed. Ha! Look! A spluttering tomato. His voice was like an antidote and cured Rukia from her stupor in just under 1 second. The next thing he knew, he was hopping and bouncing around her feet that were trying to hit him in what looked like a dance of frenzied living sticks. You're such an ass, Ichigo. She spat once her dignity calmed down enough for her legs to stop moving. In response, Ichigo shrugged as innocently as he could, as if telling her, "What can you do, you still like me." But it was obvious she didn't come all the way to just meet him for pleasantries, and so he quickly schooled his expression and entered his serious mode. "Alright, what's up?" Still very clearly miffed about his earlier behavior, Rukia crossed her arms in the same way as before the whole ridiculousness and looked at him with an intense gaze. "Nii-sama is inviting you to join us for a dinner in Kukaki Manor." Imperceptibly, his eyes narrowed. "Is he now? Is this just a social call or?" he asked, trailing off in the end with a raised eyebrow. Rukia, slowly allowing her crossed arms to uncross, shrugged her shoulders in a way that clearly meant she was not sure. "Well, before your amnesia, on a few occasions, we did have just a dinner. But I think there is something going on. Something he needs to talk to you, specifically, about." "What makes you say that?" She glanced at her surroundings and shook her head. "I'll tell you on the way. Go get changed into something that doesn't smell of sweat and we'll talk." An hour later, the two of them were walking down the aisle between the gate to the Kukaki compound and the actual manor. Since there were no uninvited ears in earshot, Ichigo slightly bent forward and spoke near her face. "So? You said you would tell me but you never did." He felt and saw her flinch. Whether it was because his breath reached her skin or because of the contents of his question, he didn't know for sure. Though he noticed the pace of her breathing increased. Ever since yesterday, after he came from the meeting with clan elders, Nii-sama looked upset. "You mean more than he normally does?" The sole of her foot silently squashed his big toe. "It hurt. I mean visibly upset. I hear him rummaging through the books in our library and later found some of them scattered all around his office. Nii-sama always puts books back in the shelves. Always. He didn't even eat his dinner. It was the first time I have seen him miss it in years. I also heard him arguing with himself just before he went to sleep. So, yes, he's upset." She explained and ignored his glare as he rubbed his toe. As he listened to her, Ichigo quickly forgot about the pain. Instead, his brow creased in a deep frown. "If it's that serious, then I don't know what he wants with me. I still can't recall anything past the point of waking up in the 4th division. Heck, I barely even know him." In a surprising bit of action, Rukia reached for his shoulder. Since he was crouching it was easy for her to do, and gave it a light squeeze. "Don't worry. I'm sure you'll understand. Nii-sama knows about your current state and so he wouldn't want to talk to you if it wasn't necessary." Once her hand left his shoulder, Ichigo straightened his back and released a deep sigh. "Fine. Let's go then." Another hour later, after a pleasant and delicious, yet monotonous, and boring, dinner, the captain of the 6th division, Rukia's brother, Kukaki Byakuya, motioned Ichigo to follow him deeper into the manor and to his office. There, the two of them walked to the exquisite table and Byakuya nodded to Ichigo as a sign to sit down. Ichigo did just that but noticed Byakuya remained standing and the man walked over to a wooden cabinet on the side of the room, squeezed between shelves filled with embellished and old-looking books. The sound of glass clinking against each other was the only clue about the man's actions. When Ichigo saw him turn around, he saw two crystal-clear glasses filled with a golden, yet also bit brownish, liquid whiskey. Caught by surprise, Ichigo could only nod. A moment later, he was holding of the glasses in his right hand. Only then Byakuya walked around the table and sat down, opposite of him. "I don't drink much and often, but when I do, I only like particular flavors of alcohol. This one meets many of my criteria," Byakuya stated and took a small sip. Mimicking his actions, Ichigo did the same. "It was bitter. But not that bad," he added. It was his first time sipping on whiskey and he found the experience not as bad as he thought it would be. Still, he didn't voice his opinion and instead waited for Byakuya to continue. which the man did after placing the glass on the table and looking Ichigo straight in the eyes. I know about your medical condition, Kurosaki, but I also know your father and a few others have filled you in on several things from your life. Ichigo nodded once. Among the things they told you, was there a mention of a certain topic of things that happened in Rokanga after your death? A broad mention. Byakuya sighed and leaned into his chair. He brought the glass to his mouth and took another sip. Ichigo did the same. Did they tell you we used to discuss this particular topic intending to change things so that something like that wouldn't happen again? Ichigo let the fiery liquid wobble within his mouth for a moment before swallowing. He wanted to know if savoring the taste could change the experience. It did. Far worse. Not explicitly, but I put the pieces together. For a moment, Ichigo thought he saw a hint of delight in Byakuya's eyes but concluded it must have been because of the whiskey. The fact he drank less than half of a glass of it was not important. But then, Byakuya's expression darkened. I'm afraid that our agreement about this subject is officially coming to a close. By the order of the Council of Elders, I'm prohibited from looking into it ever again. Chapter 44, Endless Knot of Poison, A Friend in High Places. I'm afraid that our agreement about this subject is officially coming to a close. The Council of Elders ordered me to stop looking into it. As the words came out of Byakuya's mouth, Ichigo listened to them with a slowly growing unrest. Several things felt odd with the statement, though he couldn't quite put the finger on what those things were. Was it the man's darkened expression, the twitch in his neck muscle, the tightened grip on the glass, or the slightly lower pitch of his voice? Ichigo allowed himself whole 5 seconds of thinking about it before giving any outward reaction. However, he was not a master of his own emotions, and so some of them must have shown on his face before he spoke. It was either that or Byakuya was way too good at reading him, because the man gave him an almost imperceptible nod of agreement. Why? Was everything Ichigo managed to say before downing the rest of his drink. Without a word, Byakuya did the same and then stood up to walk back to the wooden cabinet, from which he took the whole bottle of whiskey. He then refilled both his and Ichigo's glass. I think the better question would be why now? The captain said once he was back in his chair. Why now? Ichigo repeated in a questioning tone. Before replying, Byakuya looked to the bottom of his filled glass, shook the liquid in it with a light flick of his wrist, and then, with a sigh, placed the glass back on the table without taking a sip. When you came to me with this problem, it was a time of relative peace, Kurosaki. But let's look at what happened since then. He stated and put both his elbows on the table, looking more like a captain than he ever did. Interested in where he was going with it, Ichigo remained quiet. After your bold accusation of Shinigami having something to do with illegal brothels filled with nastiness, obscenity and pure plain degeneracy, several things happened, some of them at the same time. As far as I could determine, there was a threat of bounce, a betrayal and a defection of 3 Godai captains, a conspiracy involving the Kazumioji clan, a threat of Danga collapsing and the war with Aizen. And these are just the major incidents. Hidden within those are the murder of whole Central 46, manipulations and schemes, death of several important Kazumioji clan members, the list goes on and on. Byakuya slowly listed, taking a long sip of whiskey once he was done. Feeling an unpleasant distaste of bitter guilt, Ichigo looked at his own glass and emptied its whole contents into his mouth in one shot. After he placed the glass on the table, Byakuya once again refilled it. And your point is? He asked with a whisper and coughed. On its way down his throat, a bit of whiskey got into the wrong hole. Byakuya waited until he regained his composure and then made him look into his eyes. Changes. Changes. Yes. Changes. Ever since you came, the Soul Society has been changing. People living in Siriti, those who came into contact with you, are changing as well. I myself have changed. If Rukia's words are to go by, it was for the better. However, not everyone is like that. Some people have changed for the worse, which is, frankly, not surprising. You scare them, Kurosaki. You scare all of us. Involuntarily, Ichigo's right hand twitched and reached for the glass. Despite having drank 3 shots of the golden, brownish liquid already, his throat was getting worryingly dry. I scare you. He croaked in a hoarse voice. Right after that, he took a fair sip from his glass. Without breaking the eye contact with him, Byakuya nodded. Yes. Maybe not physically but definitely philosophically. Narrowing his eyes, Ichigo suppressed the urge to burp. It seemed he was drinking the whiskey too fast. Please, Kukaki-san, we both know I'm a Neanderthal, so speak in a way I can understand. To his surprise, his words caused Byakuya to snort. It was brief, but it happened. For a second, it seemed his own reaction surprised him and, with wide eyes, decided to gracefully ignore it by taking a gulp of the exquisite booze of the thinking man, the whiskey. You may not realize it yet, but you are no longer just a person, Kurosaki. You represent an idea. An idea of a change. For Soul Society, a place sustained for the past 1,000 years by stagnation, you represent something incomprehensible. Therefore, you represent the greatest fear of all, something the elders of any and all clans, and those in absolute power, fear the most. Change, innovation, and a shift to something different. Something that could potentially no longer need them. Hence, fear. Maybe it was the alcohol, but despite the uneasiness flowing in his veins, Ichigo suddenly realized he was enjoying the conversation. He raised his left hand and shook it. All right, I get it. But, getting back to the original topic, how is it connected to that? Byakuya broke the eye contact and lowered his eyes, where he pointed his sight at the glass, less than half filled. In one smooth movement, he brought it to his lips and gulped down the rest of its contents. His hand fell down with too much momentum and the glass smacked against the table in a surprisingly loud noise, though fortunately, it didn't crack. A few seconds later, the glass was once again full of whiskey. You brought the topic of brothels. It was your idea. And what is your idea is no longer wanted. Ichigo's narrowed eyes formed a scowl, and he cocked the glass backwards to take a whole shot at once. He watched Byakuya refill it with a shake of his head. But before he could speak, the captain continued. At least that's what they want us to think. Ichigo's scowl melted, and he blinked in surprise. Huh. Kurosaki, I was specifically told to let go of this matter by the Council of Elders. Do you know what that is? Ichigo got over the surprise and shrugged. A group of old, smelly, and fat gramps who are in true control of the clan. Byakuya ignored his offensive adjectives and nodded. Some would. I am the head of the Kukaki clan and the responsibility of it lies on my shoulders. I make everyday choices and decisions. However, I can be overruled. Council of Elders is the only one with that kind of power. In truth, it is a bit more complicated than that, but there's no need to go into pointless details. The important thing is, they bothered calling a meeting just for this. Therefore, I had to officially state I will no longer help you. Going against their wish wouldn't be, in this case, very smart. Seeing an odd look on the man's face, Ichigo understood his words. Officially. Raising his glass in a toast, Byakuya nodded. Indeed, officially. After drinking together, Ichigo gave him an intense stare. But why would you risk going against their wishes like this? Byakuya formed a tiny smile, causing Ichigo to realize that the man had truly changed from his cold, icy persona from months ago. Like I said, your presence changed me, Kurosaki. But what's more, I think there is something we are missing. I know the elders of my clan and I saw their faces when we met. This wasn't their decision. It's not them who want me to stop digging in this. He stated, and his smile turned into an angry grimace. Ichigo clenched his jaw. Then who is it? For just a moment, Byakuya's ryotsu increased as the man poured the rest of the whiskey in the bottle to his and Ichigo's glasses. He gulped it all down and looked at Ichigo with a hard gaze. The only one who has the power to influence even the Council of Elders. The Tsunayashiro clan. That evening, Ichigo and Byakuya ended up drinking more than either of them had before. The first bottle that ended right after the revelation of the possible suspect wasn't the last, but the topic changed into things that weren't as serious or heavy. By the time they finished the second bottle, both were already tipsy, and it was during a scene of two of them sharing a laugh over Byakuya's story from his youth when Rukia entered the office, worried about the noises and their prolonged absence. To say seeing Byakuya drunk was an absolute shock for her was an understatement. She barely managed to squeak and left as soon as she came in, which prompted the two drunkards to laugh even more and louder. That was the extent of Ichigo's memory for that night. When he woke up the next morning, he found himself in a nice, warm, and soft bed, but it wasn't a bed he recalled being anywhere in Shiba Mansion. Despite the cruel, shattering headache and oversensitivity to the sunrays coming through a gap between window curtain, Ichigo recognized the clean interior of Kukaki Mansion and realized they forced him to spend the night. For him, it was not a big deal, but now that he lived with Shibas, he just knew they would think something different than just a night of drinking happened. Not that he blamed them. He was sure not a soul in Siridi would have believed him if he told them he enjoyed a night out with Byakuya filled with booze and laughter. Not a single thing in such a statement was believable. Once he got out of the shower and put on his clothes, he felt a lot better. However, he was still unsure why did Byakuya show him this side of him. His head was still hurting, and so he concluded it must have been because of the stress of dealing with the elders and clan matters in general. Thinking anything else was just asking for trouble. Byakuya said he had changed, but something convinced Ichigo they were still not friends. It just didn't work like that. Right? After meeting with Rukia and Byakuya for breakfast in a short conversation, he bid them farewell and quietly returned to the Shiba Mansion. No longer dry as a desert dune and with his stomach full, the headache was slowly receding, and Ichigo found himself able to think with logic once again. Tsunayashiro clan, huh? Now why would such a prominent clan want us to stop investigating something they must think of as a non-consequential matter? He thought and absent-mindedly walked past a wide-eyed Kyokaku. But being deep in thoughts didn't help him, and a strong hand clasped his shoulder only a second later. Oi, Ichigo. Did you? Kyokaku's voice assaulted his eardrums with an intensity never heard before, and he cringed in pain. As soon as he did, though, her voice trailed off, and he turned around to see her smirking. You've been drinking, she exclaimed with a happy squeal, causing him to cringe again. The next thing he knew, she was hugging the living soul out of him, laughing like a maniac. Get off. He mumbled into her breasts, but she appeared to be ignoring him. Finally. You are a proper man now. Woho. I will celebrate that with sake. With that, she let go of him and practically ran away to the lounge, leaving him cringing and shaking his head in disbelief. Did she just say sake? Sun's barely up, he said in a confused tone, but quickly got over it. There was no point in thinking too hard about his family's habits. It would only cause his headache to return in its original intensity. Instead, he aimed his steps towards the only part of the house he knew would be vacant and quiet. The library. Unlike the main library in Siridi or the one in the academy or even the one hidden within the Kukaki Manor, the Shiba library lacked a certain finesse, a sense of superior knowledge, or numerous rows of large bookshelves. Instead, it was a fairly small room with 3 bookshelves, each on one wall, the only wall without it being the one with doors. In the center of the room, there was a modest desk with a modest chair, a modest lamp and modest box filled with modest pens, pencils, bookmarks and notebooks. It looked like anything but the library of the former great noble clan, but that was most likely due to Kyokaku not being a book kind of person. Most likely, she only kept it in existence because of clan obligations. Still, it felt cozier than any library in Siridi ever could. Feeling the remnants of alcohol slowly evaporating from his body, Ichigo took an energetic step towards the nearest bookshelf and let his eyes roam over the many titles of neatly organized books, pamphlets, textbooks, and old, fragile-looking scrolls. However, he took only a moment to realize that just by glancing at their covers, he wouldn't be able to determine the importance of each book. He had to physically take it out, open it, flip through the pages, read lines of text and think about their usefulness. This'll take me weeks. He groaned and almost wished for a wooden cabinet filled with bottles of whiskey he could use to pass the time. Then he paused. The mere existence of the thought surprised him. Of all people, Byakuya is the one leading me down the wrong path of alcoholism. Ironic. He mused with a chuckle. Then his sight fell on the stack of books once again, and a yawn crawled out his mouth so lazily, he felt his jaw creaking. But this is important. Once the yawn passed, he tentatively shook his head to get rid of weariness and took a good, hard look at the bookshelf in front of him. I need some kind of system for this. He muttered and assumed a thinking pose with his left hand pressed against his stomach, supporting the right elbow and his right hand supporting his chin. While his brain worked, his eyes darted to every direction without a firmly set goal. Then both his eyebrows shot upwards in a stroke of an idea. Let's forget the textbooks for now. They probably contain freely available information, which is something I'm not looking for. Same thing for pamphlets. He muttered and brought his eyebrows downwards, to form a deep frown. I'm kind of worried these scrolls will fall apart as soon as I touch them, but they seem to be the oldest thing in here, so there may be something I'm looking for. Good thing there are only a few of them. With that in mind, he reached for the closest scroll and spread it open on the desk. Leaning down, he squinted to see the tiny letters, manually printed on the paper, and mentally read through them. Financial report of the great noble Shiba clan. Okay, not this one. He let go of one side of the scroll and let it roll into its original form. After putting it back into the bookshelf, he took out another one. Using the same process, he quickly determined it contained no usable information. He repeated the same action a few more times, but, before he could feel the first hint of frustration, he opened the last scroll in the library and read the first line with wide eyes. Great Noble Shiba Clan, Genealogy. Goosebumps spread across his whole body like a gentle breeze of a mortal reminder, and he reflexively rubbed his right forearm, which allowed the scroll to close and him to find an excuse to mutter a curse. In a series of quick motions, he grabbed 4 random books, opened the scroll and placed each book in each corner of the scroll. Then he sat in the chair and brought his attention back to the scroll. Soon though, excitement turned into sour awakening when he realized he didn't recognize any name. Why am I even surprised? However, he noticed that someone had scratched several names, masked them with a layer of ink, or even straight up burned them out. Traitors of the blood, maybe. But then, as his eyes slid down the scroll and he read through several unimportant names, he noticed a name he recognized. Kyan Shiba. He involuntarily gulped but forced himself to read further. Mother, Amy Shiba. Father, Hideaki Shiba. Siblings, Kyokaku Shiba, Ganju Shiba. Wife, Miyako Shiba. Offspring, none. There was a dotted line connected with both Kyokaku and Ganju, and, following it, Ichigo quickly found another name he recognized. Ishine Shiba. Mother, Etsuko Shiba. Father, Kenshin Shiba. Wife, unknown. Siblings, none. Offspring, unknown. Well, that's a lot of unknowns. He noted and briefly closed his eyes. Despite never knowing them, it was nice to know the names of his grandparents, at least from his father's side. For reasons now known to him, his father never talked about his own parents. When he opened his eyes, he looked back at the dotted line that was connecting his father with Kyokaku and Ganju, and there, in small letters, he found another line of text. It caused him to hum quietly. So he's their uncle, which makes me their cousin, but, at the same time, me and Pops are not from the same branch of the family. Why does this have to be so complicated? But his attention was slowly diverted when he noticed tiny holes in the scroll, a bit on the side away from his father's and his cousin's names. Both holes were in the middle of a certain name, but because of the damage, it was impossible to read it. Wait, that's AK, and that one is a SH, well, obviously. Surname is Shiba, but the first name is impossible to read, just that it begins with K. He noted and looked closer at the tiny holes. Burned out. Why? Now that he was closer to the scroll, he noticed another detail. A very faint, barely visible dotted line that goes from the unknown name to both Dad and Kyokaku with Ganju. So, some kind of distant relation. He pondered about it for a minute, but then pushed all 4 books away from the corners of the scroll and let the scroll close. Interesting, but not important right now. I'm just wasting time. With a sigh, he looked up, away from the desk or the scroll, and stretched himself, only to feel his whole body creaking and protesting, a fairly accurate indicator of just how long he had been in the library. When a quiet groan of pleasure escaped his lips after a particularly nasty stiffness released itself in his upper back, he decided it was worth checking time in a more traditional way. And I'm thirsty as well. He gave the books he used to straighten the scroll a quick glance and was almost on his way to the door when a stubborn tick of consciousness forced him to stop, grab the books and haphazardly place them into a free spot in the bookshelf. Only then he left. After brief wandering through the mansion, he found out it was already past lunch. With the speed of a bear coming from winter hibernation, he swallowed every and any food he found in the kitchen and then hurried to his room to grab his things so he could be on his way to his regular spot in the academy, the secluded training room. Once there, he briefly went over what he had learned during the past few days, marked the books he already finished, The Art of War being one of them, and only then, he immersed himself into reading the pages he hadn't read so far. Page 374, Section Bakudo Spells. Bakudo number 4. Hanawa, Crawling Rope. Binds enemies with a reishi rope to stop their movement. Generating a crackling yellow energy rope within his hand or hands, the practitioner throws it toward the opponent. The energy winds around the opponent's arms and body, immobilizing them. Tentatively, he placed the book on the ground while making sure it would stay that way after he retracted his hands. Then he glanced at the palms of his hands. This time it'll work. Over the next few days, Ichigo found himself returning to the Shiba library with the consistency of a mathematical axiom. He wasn't sure why he felt so drawn to the place, but a nagging thought whispering to him from the back of his mind was telling him it was the place where he would find at least some answers to the myriad of questions he had. He just had to be patient and the universe would reward his patience with some grand revelation. The thought always brightened his day with its sheer ridiculousness, absurdity, and just plain nonsensical nature. As if the universe cared about him. And if what he had gone through represented the universe caring for him, he was sure he felt safer without it. However, so far, he had no luck with the potential revelations. He had gone through at least 24 books but, aside from some interesting tidbits, there was nothing worthy of being called a revelation. And it showed. Ichigo had never been one of the most patient people, but he was fairly sure he had gotten better. Yet even then, there were signs of frustration on him, rigid posture, sharp movements while going through the books, a perpetual frown, almost a scowl, and frequent sighs. Then again, he had used to be like that all the time. The morning of the 4th day turned out to be different. It started in the same way as the previous ones: toilet, shower, clothes, breakfast, a short conversation, and then route to the library. There, he reached for the next designated book, but then his eyes fell upon the 4 books he had used to straighten the scroll containing Shiba clan genealogy, and he paused. With a shrug, he decided to try his luck. 10 minutes later, he was glad for this spontaneous idea. Great Noble Clans of Soul Society. He read the title of the chapter in an excited whisper. For a short moment he raised his head, looked at his surroundings, and then took a seat on the chair, feeling a slight anxiety in his stomach. He fought through it and looked back at the book. Alphabetical order: Kukiki, Shiba, Shihoin, Tsunayashiro. Yeah, that matches what Aizen said. Then he frowned. Wait. There should be one more name. Where is it? Flipping through the pages and skimming through many lines of text, he spent the next few minutes digging through a large amount of detailed information. But what he was looking for seemed to not exist. Only after reaching the end of the chapter, he found a small note printed on a separate page. Author's note: for obvious security reasons, this chapter includes no details about the last great noble clan, whose name shall not be stated. Any curious reader should also know trying to find any information on this clan is strictly prohibited. The only knowledge I may share with you, dear reader, is that the last clan has, ever since its inception, never lived among the others in Siridi and, instead, chose for their life the seclusion of the royal realm. It is their duty to spend the rest of the eternity by guarding, protecting, and watching with careful eyes the linchpin of our existence and the key that holds everything together, the Soul King. All of a sudden, he felt like he had spent the whole night drinking. Aside from mild dizziness, his throat turned to a desert and his tongue seemed too large for his mouth. With one hand, he grabbed the armrest and squeezed it. I had the right book in front of me for so damn long. If only I came here to live with Kyokaku and Ganja sooner. Maybe. In his thoughts he trailed off and shook his head. Without missing a beat, he looked back to the book. All right, I learned something new. Let's see if this book contains any other stuff Aizen didn't tell me. He flipped the pages back to the title of the chapter and read. Great Noble Kukiki Clan. Blah blah, protecting the history, blah blah, MMH. Nope, I was aware of most of this already. Let's skip Shibas for now. Great Noble Shihoin Clan. Leads on Mitsukido, yeah, not important, blah blah, protects the Tenshai Hiso, the Imperial Soldier garments, but there's nothing on its description. Aside from that, nothing new. Great Noble Tsunayashiro Clan. Good, I know next to nothing about these guys and, what the hell? He stopped reading and his eyes widened. Someone had covered the next several lines of text with a thick layer of ink that made it impossible to read anything past the name of the clan. The few letters he could decipher stood alone and, thus, made no sense, and as he stared at the heavily inked page, he felt the muscles in his face twitching. His jaws moved towards each other and caused two tiny mountains to rise on both sides of his face, one on each, on the place where his jaw muscles were. The pressure of his grip on the armrest grew and turned the color of his knuckles white. With a shaky hand, he placed the opened book on the desk and leaned in the chair. Then his whole body jerked and a short shout came through his gritted teeth. Fuck. He spent the next few minutes just sitting and panting. While doing so, he kept glancing at the opened book and his expression turned sour, as if the book stared back at him with a smug grin, goading him into doing something reckless and stupid. Whoever did this is mocking me, he thought and growled. But it was pointless to get angry. Not yet, anyway. Everything had its place and time. Now, it was time to read more, to search and research, to study and learn. He leaned forward, back to the book, and flipped through the pages, to an earlier section of the chapter. Great Noble Shiba Clan. Let's see. I know this. This too. Nothing new and, His eyes, so far sliding across the page without a hint of interest, suddenly sparked with curiosity as he read the subtitle of the next section. Theory behind the fall of Shiba Clan. He narrowed his eyes but continued to read. Fall of the Great Noble Shiba Clan is a black spot in the history of Seoul society. It was a shameful incident never seen before among the great noble clans, and it is a matter forbidden to research. However, given a great deal of freedom for the purpose of writing this book, I will try to theorize the reasons behind this incident within the legal borders. He skipped a few lines of pointless text and dived into the theory itself. After everything they permitted me to look at, I can conclude that the fall of the Shiba clan is a mixture of at least 3 separate incidents. First incident, murder of several members of Shiba clan at the hands of their own, a certain individual with the name of Kei Shiba who, after this event, fled the Seoul society and, as far as we know, hid within the vastness of the human world. I theorize that this incident is the most probable cause for the downfall. Second incident, death of the head of the Shiba clan, at that time, Kyan Shiba. Why did such an ordinary event become a trigger for the downfall of the whole clan is questionable though undeniable. From this point onwards, Shiba clan lost a lot of its prestige and several other members, who all vanished without a trace, and found itself under close surveillance. Then came the third incident, which was the final nail in the coffin and triggered the inevitable downfall. Third incident, disappearance of the temporary head of the clan, who belonged to the side branch of the Shiba clan, as the main branch did not possess a suitable successor, Ishine Shiba, leaving the clan with no one who could become a head. Thus, the Shiba clan was cast out and officially dissolved, though the few members who are still active remain to be treated with a proper respect. Closing the book, Ichigo took a deep breath. He stood up, grabbed the book, placed it back into its original place and walked out of the library without looking back. The room was no longer cozy. It awoke a mild claustrophobia, and it made his throat tighten with indescribable sadness. While he didn't find what he was looking for, he had found enough. Enough to retreat and admit a temporary defeat. In his mind and in his heart, he felt for his father. "I'm sorry, Dad. I never knew you carried such a burden." Sitting with his back propped against the wall, Ichigo closed the book he had been reading and reached for his notebook that was already half filled with a myriad of notes, observations, and thoughts on all the topics he had been trying to learn. Before he made another scribble, he glanced back at the now closed book and narrowed his eyes. War as a continuation of politics by any other means, fits quite well, which only makes it more infuriating. He thought and wrote a short note in his notebook. Then he grabbed the book and put it in the shelf next to him. Right after that, he threw the notebook on top of the book. It was just the beginning of an evening and yet he felt more tired than usual. Ever since he had stopped visiting the Shiba library, he felt like something filled his head with unnecessary thoughts that stubbornly resisted all of his attempts at pushing them to the back of his mind. Going back to his previous routine didn't help at all. He needed something new, a stimulus that would turn his attention from useless thoughts to something that would make him more productive. There is a saying that goes, "Be careful what you wish for," and in the next morning, Ichigo understood what it meant. His stimulus arrived sooner than he had hoped for and in the form of Yoriyuki Shihoin walking through the entrance of the Shiba mansion. At first, he thought she came for Kyukaku, as she usually did, but when she sat down on a chair next to him while he was feasting on his lunch, it became clear his assumptions had been wrong. More important though, she didn't break the silence and just watched him eat. Soon enough he couldn't take it anymore. "Something you want, Shihoin-san?" In response to the greeting, Yoriyuki shuddered in an exaggerated way that reminded him of a cat trying to get rid of something on its fur. She looked at him with a sour grimace. "Ugh, don't call me that. Yoriyuki is fine." Gulping down whatever he had pushed into his mouth during her response, he shrugged. "Okay. Something you want, Yoriyuki-san." He saw her grimace withering. Then she leaned back and scratched the top of her head, in a place where her ponytail was starting. "I don't exactly want anything. But I was wondering." When she trailed off without even trying to continue voicing her thoughts, Ichigo felt the urge to roll his eyes. Still, he went along with her and put down his chopsticks. He finished eating anyway. "About?" She tilted her head and looked at him with a quizzical stare. "About what you did for Aizen while you were acting as a spy. How much do you remember?" Ignoring the unpleasant twitch in his stomach, he grabbed a glass of water and chugged down its content in one turn. Then he shrugged again. "Not much." One of Ichigo's eyebrows twitched at that reaction. Though he couldn't admit it out loud, he was sure Yoriyuki was acting unusual. Either she was trying to breach a touchy subject, or she was acting with a different purpose in mind. He considered both possibilities to be troublesome. Then again, he considered Yoriyuki herself to be troublesome. "You know." Yoriyuki started and cut him off from his thoughts. He glanced at her to see a quizzical, bemused expression playing on her face as she struggled with her words. He knew it because he often did the same thing and so he waited until she could continue. "I heard during one of your missions, you even broke into the Shihoin compound." A smirk of self-satisfaction threatened to overtake his features and so he took another gulp of water to mask his reaction. When he was confident in his ability to control his facial muscles, he put the glass down. "Yeah, good job me, then," he muttered in a joking tone that caused Yoriyuki to look at him with her eyebrows raised high. Her reaction would have surprised him if not for the hint of amusement playing in her eyes. "I mean, shouldn't it be difficult to break in the compound of a family that produces the best assassins in the Soul Society?" he added with an imperceptible smirk. "Surely, you jest." "I don't, and don't call me Shirley." He saw Yoriyuki blink in surprise and, mirroring her, he blinked too. For a second, he thought she was making a reference to a movie he had seen as a kid, but now that she seemed actually confused, he was no longer sure. But then the corners of her mouth twitched, and she erupted in a loud laughter. Shaking his head, he laughed too. Through the fog of a shared amusement, he noticed Yoriyuki's breasts jiggle in the rhythm of her guffaw and it made him choke on his own saliva. When she saw him choking, Yoriyuki laughed even harder. The monkey effect caused Ichigo to laugh at himself and soon, the two of them had tears forming in the corners of their eyes. Hugging herself with one hand, shaking from her trying to suppress her giggles, Yoriyuki slapped Ichigo on his upper arm. "I think, I like this new you." "Good, good one, Ichigo." The reality of him sharing a laugh with Yoriyuki Shihoin settled in fast, but it didn't erase his mood. The animosity he had used to hold towards the woman was withering. For that or any other reason, his laughter didn't die and turned into a series of chuckles that lasted for a few more seconds. "You know how Shiba family is, born comedians," he stated with a grin once the last chuckle passed. With a smile on her face, Yoriyuki nodded. "Yeah. Well, getting back to the original topic, yes, it was quite an achievement." Not a good one, mind you, as breaking in the compound of a great noble clan usually costs prison time if not worse. However, it made a strong impression on Yushiro. Ignoring the prison remark, Ichigo produced a short humming sound with an increasing intonation that ended abruptly. He blinked once. Who? Yuriuki's brow twitched in realization. Oh, Yushiro Shihoin. My younger brother. He's currently the head of the Shihoin clan. He's also the one who almost caught you during your mission. Ichigo nodded to himself. Right. Then he narrowed his eyes at her. I didn't injure him or something, right? Yuriuki chuckled but shook her head. Of course not. He may look weak but he's not the head of the clan without a reason. No, he's fine. The only thing you wounded was his pride. Looking away from Yuriuki, Ichigo grabbed the glass of water and gulped down the rest of the liquid while thinking about the person in question. Seems like they gave me a full pardon for what I did as a spy. Well, not that it makes little sense, I had to do those things. Though I have to say, I honestly thought they would punish me in at least some way. Maybe my diagnosis played a role. He thought, and looked back at Yuriuki, who seemed to have been watching him with a curious stare. Something in her eyes made him pause and then caused a wheel in his brain to turn until a tiny tooth clicked in a proper place. Ah, so that's what you meant by not exactly wanting anything. When her stare changed from curious to confused, he elaborated. You want to visit him but since they officially banished you from Soul Society you find it awkward to enter your old home by yourself. After he said that, there was a short moment of silence, where Yuriuki just stared at him with a blank expression until a sigh crawled out of her mouth and caused her to lower her gaze. I retract my previous comment. I think I no longer like the new you. She muttered with what seemed to be a pout. It made Ichigo grin, but he tried to hide it with a stiff cough. Sure, I'll go with you. I think I owe your brother an apology for my actions even though he may know the truth already. I mean, I want to be on as good terms as possible with the Shihoin clan. An instant later, he was met with an intense gaze that caused him to squirm on his chair. Staring into his eyes, Yuriuki offered him an honest smile and patted him on the shoulders. Thanks, Ichigo. Big sis. Since his mind could not process the situation happening in front of him, Ichigo was rendered speechless and motionless as he watched a smaller copy of Yuriuki trying to catch the original Yuriuki in a series of zigzag movements that reminded him of a game of tag. Yuriuki's copy, the current head of the Shihoin clan, Yushiro Shihoin, was sporting such a large and goofy smile that in contrast with Yuriuki's deadpanned, unfocused gaze it created an absurd scene straight out of surrealist comedy. The boy who looked so androgynous he could pass as a girl, made several futile tries to grab a hold of Yuriuki's waist until, and Ichigo had to heighten his senses to see that, he mimicked a fake flash and landed right behind her only to hug her. Yushiro's victory lasted only until Yuriuki bent backwards with enough momentum to whack the top of his head with her own skull. It forced him to let go of her body and press both his hands against the sore spot. Harsh as ever, sis. Yushiro whined and formed a childish pout, only to notice Ichigo standing on the side, staring at him with a blank expression. It was at this moment that Ichigo overcame his surprise, just in time to see the current head of the Shihoin clan gape like a fish and avert his gaze. Despite the dark brown color of Yushiro's skin, a hint of a blush was visible on his cheeks. That calmed you down, didn't it? Yushiro, this is Ichigo Kurosaki. Yuriuki stated while walking towards Ichigo. I know. I mean, yes, I recognize this person. Yushiro exclaimed, only for his cheeks to gain an even deeper shade of red and he tried to fall into what seemed to be a formal manner of speech. Giving her younger brother an odd look, Yuriuki snorted. Oh please, come off it, Yushiro. You can relax. Ichigo doesn't care much for politics. She stated but, just to be sure, she glanced at Ichigo, whose reaction was a simple shrug. Ichigo, this is my little brother and the current head of the Shihoin clan, Yushiro Shihoin. Hey. I'm not little anymore. Yushiro exclaimed with a pout and Ichigo couldn't help but chuckle at that, which only made Yushiro pout more. It was a relaxing sight, seeing the leader of one of the most important families in Siriti acting like a normal, ordinary person, and Ichigo felt the tension in his body withering. It was hard to act stiff towards somebody like Yushiro, a noble with the manners of a commoner. "Pleasure to meet you, Shihoin-san," he said while extending his hand towards Yushiro. The said person grabbed it and, with a flustered expression, shook it high up and low down. "We came because Ichigo wanted to apologize for his conduct." Ichigo glanced at Yuriyuki when she said that. His brow slowly creased, and he tilted his head to the side, giving the Shihoin woman a thoughtful look. There was a battle of thoughts happening in his brain. Was she trying to make him feel embarrassed, or was she masking her own embarrassment by diverting the attention away from herself? Not even a second later, just before he heard Yushiro speak, Ichigo let go of that train of thoughts. It didn't matter. He said he would go with her, but he never said he was going to play her game. "Oh, no. There's no need to apologize, Kurosaka-san. I am well aware of what your position was back then. It's okay." Ichigo's head snapped away from Yuriyuki's direction and towards Yushiro with the speed of a slash. He looked at the young-looking boy with wide eyes. Then he narrowed them into a frown. Something was amiss. Those words had been said too fast and with too much vigor, even for somebody with this leisure kind of personality. "Are you sure? I mean, I'm thankful, but you lost an important artifact, after all," he said in an unsure voice. In response, Yushiro eagerly shook his head. It's fine. We got the relic back in one piece. No harm done." Then he flashed Ichigo a wide smile and motioned towards the house. "Come on in, the inside of the house looks different during daylight." While walking through the door and along a long hallway, Ichigo leaned towards Yuriyuki with his frown still in place. "You got it from Las Noches?" he asked her in a whisper. "Yep." A moment later, he leaned towards her again. "You sure it's okay? He seems fine with it, but there's something off about your brother." He noticed Yuriyuki stopped walking, and so he did too. His eyebrows rising, he realized she was chuckling. It confused him. "What?" Between the chuckles, she also snorted and gave a slight shake of her head. "You really don't get it?" she asked. His frown returned with a force and slowly transformed into a scowl. Couldn't people in Siridi talk in simple terms? Why did they had to resort to beating around the bush? "No." She leaned close to his ear, and he clenched his jaw. "He's embarrassed because ever since you bested him, he looks up to you as some kind of rival role model," she whispered in an extremely quiet tone. When he registered her words, Ichigo's eyelids twitched in a spasm of inability to comprehend the meaning behind them. "What?" she chuckled. "After my banishment, Yushiro had to train really hard to become a viable candidate for the post of the head of the clan. So, you see, Ichigo, it's been literally decades since anyone bested him in combat-related things. By doing that, you have earned a lot of his respect, but, since it is such an unfamiliar feeling for him, he has problems dealing with it." Staring at her face, Ichigo absorbed the words one by one. Questions popped within his mind, but he suppressed the urge to deal with them and filed them under the code, not important. Still, hearing Yuriyuki saying such things made him look at her with a blank gaze. "You seem to know quite a lot about him, considering you haven't seen him in a century." Her eyes widened, and she glanced away, saying nothing in return. It didn't fit the narrative, but then again, did he care about it? Relations within the Shihoin clan were not his business. So, instead of asking any further, he just shrugged and followed Yushiro, who had noticed they were no longer walking behind him and was waiting for them at the end of the hallway. Together, they spent the next hour wandering through the vast estate and its many rooms, hallways, and verandas. At the end of the tour, Yushiro looked at Ichigo with a nervous glance that made him look like anything but a head of one of the most prestigious clans in Siridi. "Kurosaka-san." The boy's voice came out with such intensity, it almost caused Ichigo to jump in surprise. "Why yeah." He stammered and turned to Yushiro with wide eyes that made the Shihoin heir rub his head in embarrassment. "Ah, sorry about that. Well, I was just wondering, what do you think about this place?" Feeling unsure, Ichigo looked away and studied his surroundings, the interior of the building. "You're talking about the manor, right?" When he noticed Yushiro nodding to that, he released a shallow sigh and leaned back to a wall behind him. "It's a nice place, I suppose. Less uptight than Kukaki's, less threatening than Kazumioji's, and a lot more normal than Shiba's. He said with a friendly tone that made Yushiro take a deep breath. For whatever reason, to Ichigo it looked like the boy was gathering his courage for something. I see. Well, if you like it, would you like to spend a few nights? Something about the way he formulated the question made Ichigo stare at the boy with a blank expression until he realized, with the help of his inner voices, that there were other ways he could understand it. A moment later, Yushiro's eyes widened almost in a comical way. Standing behind Yushiro, before any of them could speak up, Yoriyuki erupted in a boisterous laughter. Wahaha. No. I didn't mean it like that. Yushiro immediately exclaimed and turned to Yoriyuki to silence her by force, only for her to run away, laughing like a maniac all the way. The boy paused, then turned to Ichigo with a look of dread. Before he could say anything, Ichigo, with one hand placed against his own face, raised his other hand to stop him. It's okay, Shihoin-san. I think I got it. And yeah, sure, it would be nice to spend some time here. It'll be a nice change of pace. With his hand covering his eyes, Ichigo didn't see the boy's face but heard him sigh in relief. In that case, could you call me like you call Nae-sama? Letting his hand fade away from his face, Ichigo shook off his own embarrassment and formed a tiny smirk. Yoriyuki-san. In return, Yushiro puffed his cheeks, crossed his arms and stomped the ground. You're making fun of me. Ichigo raised both hands in defense. Couldn't help it, it's just so easy to talk to you, Yushiro-san. So, to preserve the balance, call me Ichigo. Yushiro's face instantly cleared up. Alright, Ichigo-san. Blinking his eyes, Ichigo opened his mouth to protest, as he didn't like it when others used honorifics when addressing him, but, seeing the excited expression on the boy's face, he swallowed his complaint and admitted his defeat. Funny thing is, he's most likely decades older than me. 2 days later, Ichigo had to admit he quite enjoyed the stay at the Shihoin Manor, even more than he had expected. True to his first impression of Yushiro, the head of the Shihoin clan truly was easy to talk to, and just in 2 days, it felt like they had known each other for months. There was never a moment of boredom, but, at the same time, spending time with the boy never became annoying. It seemed like Yushiro had some innate ability to recognize when his own exuberant personality was becoming too much for Ichigo to handle, and he immediately channeled his inner peace to turn more serious. At such moments, Ichigo understood just how could Yushiro be a head of a clan. In his serious mode, the boy acted a lot more mature and level-headed, but never to the point of reminding Ichigo of Byakuya. Unlike the head of the Kukaki clan, Yushiro didn't radiate a cold aura around him, and, instead, there was an odd warmth of honesty. Furthermore, he was willing to talk to Ichigo about topics most wouldn't, though, as Ichigo soon found out, even Yushiro had a limit. It was during a pleasant evening, when the two of them sat on a veranda eating pieces of watermelon, that their conversation took a turn to seriousness. You know, Yushiro-san, those things I stole from you, you called them relics. Munching down the remnants of his piece of watermelon, Yushiro wiped the almost transparent, reddish juice from his chin and glanced at Ichigo with a nod. Sure. It's because that's what they are. Relics. Artifacts of the past. Antiquities which should not have a place in the present. With an inquisitive stare, Ichigo lowered his hands and placed his half-eaten piece of watermelon back on a plate. For antiquities, they possess a lot of power. He remarked and watched Yushiro shrug. If you say so. I have actually never seen anyone using them. They've been lying in our vaults untouched for centuries. Using a napkin, Ichigo cleaned his face, wet and sticky from the fruity juice, and leaned backwards until his elbows touched the wooden floor and prevented him from lying down. How old are they, even? That's an easy one. They've been around since the establishment of the clan, just like the other tools in care of the other clans. Intrigued, Ichigo blinked. Yushiro continued as if there was no interruption. I mean, most of the noble clans and all great noble clans came into existence at the same time. Well, at least that's what they told me. Ichigo listened to him closely, making careful notes in his brain with a thoughtful expression. And when was that? I think it happened more than 2,000 years ago. Ichigo's expression changed and his brow formed a frown. That's oddly specific. Then what was before that? He asked, but, in that moment, Yushiro stiffened and turned to look at Ichigo with an evasive gaze. Then he shook his head. I can't talk about that, Ichigo-san. I mean, even if I knew the answer. I just can't. Please, don't ask more. I already said too much. If they knew, His eyes widening in surprise at the sudden change, Ichigo straightened up and gave Yushiro a light pat on his shoulder. It's fine, it's fine. I shouldn't have asked. It's not even important. I was just going with the flow. He said with a smile and, at the end, gently squeezed Yushiro's shoulder. The boy nodded. Yeah. Silence fell upon them and they both returned to their meal. The watermelon they had cut was massive and, so far, they barely ate a quarter. For a few minutes, the only sound, beside the song of the wind wheezing past them, was made by their mouth as they mowed down the large fruit with renewed vigor. Only once they could eat no more, the conversation restarted itself. Have you heard about the trials? Ichigo, busy patting his bloated belly, registered the words only after a burp found its way out of his mouth. He apologized. Sorry. You mean the trio, Ichimaru Jin, Hinamori Momo, and Kaname Taisen? All I know is that it was supposed to take place around this time. He heard Yushiro release a deep sigh. It went down during night. That's why I woke up so late. Really? Wait, you were there? Ichigo looked at him in surprise. Tilting his head to the side, Yushiro gave him a sad smile. Head of the clan, remember? Seeing the boy's expression, Ichigo braced for bad news. So, how did it go? From the corner of his eyes, he saw Yushiro shifting himself to take a more pleasant seat with his back propped against the wall and his legs stretched towards Ichigo until the soles of his feet tickled Ichigo's side. It was a difficult trial, that is undeniable. Before I tell you the results, let me talk about those three. I think you don't even know what their intentions were, do you? Staring at the tiny feet squirming next to him, Ichigo shifted his own position and grabbed them by the ankles. While shaking his head, he began to gently massage them. No. Yushiro gave him a grateful nod and then looked away, out of the veranda. After the interrogation, one thing became clear. Ichimaru Jin was never a true traitor. His only motive was vengeance against Aizen Sosuke. It seems that during his youth, more than a century ago, Ichimaru witnessed some of Aizen's henchmen leaving the current vice-captain of the 10th Division beaten and seemingly violated. It is unclear what exactly happened to her as she herself isn't sure, but it left her soul damaged. Despite all the watermelon he ate, Ichigo felt his throat getting dry. Matsumoto-san. He thought with closed eyes. His plan was to get close to Aizen until he could find his weakness and then use it to kill him. He admitted though that staying near Aizen for such a long time left its mark on him. He never strayed from his goal but, over the course of more than a century, he awoke sadistic tendencies and became almost as manipulative as Aizen himself. Therefore, he pleaded guilty to all charges. They both sighed. While the revelation of Ichimaru Jin's motives was surprising, Ichigo didn't feel as surprised as he thought he would. Sure, he never liked Jin, and the man was a superb actor, since nobody came even close to suspecting him of doing such an elaborate ruse, but, for some reason, Ichigo felt like it was fitting. Or maybe he was just that used to schemes, manipulations, conspiracies, intricate ploys and refined plots that he just didn't give a damn and took the new information in stride. I see. He muttered while continuing the massage with mechanical movements. He heard a quiet groan and looked up to see Yushiro closing his eyes, looking content. Switching the foot, he waited for the boy to speak again. Under normal circumstances, his actions would get him a strict sentence. Even though his motives were morally strong at first, his deeds degraded them into a broken cause and it is unthinkable we or his victims could forgive him. Truth be told, he was very lucky the Central 46 remains inactive and, thus, unable to operate and that the Captain Commander insisted on these trials taking place while he was still in charge. If it was Central 46 who judged him, the next time he would see the light of the day, he would be centuries older. So far listening in silence, Ichigo let out a bit of air through his nostrils. Yeah, I bet he would. So? His sentence. Yoshiro opened his eyes and formed a perplexed expression. Instead of the central underground prison, the commander sent him into Maggot's Nest for 7 decades with an option of being released in case of emergency. He was stripped of his Zanpakuto, his Ryuryoka was severely bound by Sekizeki shackles, and he will need to undergo regular psychological re-evaluation and therapy. A frown found its way on Ichigo's face. That's kind of light punishment, isn't it? It is, and it spurred a lot of dissatisfaction among some. On the other hand, I heard there were some who wanted to clear his name of many crimes. Despite his behavior, it seems people liked and still like Ichimaru-jin. Yoshiro replied while giving a short nod. Then he continued. Moving on, there was Hinamori Momo. Hers is a sad case and, since she's barely functioning as a person, they cleared her of all charges. They shifted the blame on her long-lasting mental instability. There is no proof, but it seems like not even Aizen Sosuke is to be completely blamed for her state and that the responsibility for it lies on her own shoulders. Ever since meeting him, she became severely obsessed with the man. An image of tears flowing down a small face appeared in Ichigo's mind. Must have been hard to listen to it for Captain Hitsugaya. I heard they were close. Yoshiro shook his head. He wasn't present on this trial. He wasn't. He excused himself, citing his inability to being level-headed and objective. A servant came to take away the remnants of the watermelon and their used, dirty plates, and since he brought a large bowl of a freshly made lemonade, they stopped the conversation. Lazy because of his full belly, Ichigo used the short break to pour both himself and Yoshiro a glass of lemonade and moistened his throat with it. When the sound of footsteps died down, Yoshiro continued. The last one was Kaname-tasen. Since he died during the battle in Hueco Mundo, the trial was just a formality. It was this trial, however, that caused the greatest uproar that is now being concealed. He said, and, while doing so, became more serious than ever, causing Ichigo to stop doing what he had been doing and look at his face. There is only so much I can tell you, Ichigo-san. Please don't ask for more. Is that fear in his eyes? Ichigo wasn't sure, but just the possibility of it being true made him realize he was now treading on a thin ice. If he didn't want to break it and fall into the depths of cold water that could swallow him whole, he would have to be careful. You don't have to say anything if it's that troublesome, Yoshiro-san. Yoshiro stared at him for a moment, then shook his head. Let us lose the honorifics, if you don't mind. Ichigo nodded. Okay, Ichigo then. It's true. I don't have to talk about it. But I want to. I need to. You need to hear it. Yoshiro said, placing an unusual amount of emphasis on Ichigo's name, a fact that didn't go unnoticed. However, Ichigo didn't protest and, instead, only gave another nod. After some investigation, we put some things together, and it seems the reason for Kaname-tasen's defection started, just as it did with Ichimaru-jin, even before he became a Shinigami. No, let me rephrase that. His defection was the main reason he even became a Shinigami in the first place. Careful not to show his increased heartbeat, Ichigo grabbed his glass and took a sip of lemonade, his eyes never leaving Yoshiro's face. I'm not following. In the past, Kaname-tasen loved a certain woman. This woman was a wife of a certain man. This man killed the woman over a petty matter. Kaname-tasen tried to get justice for the woman. He never got it and, on the woman's grave, he swore to avenge her death and to kill the justice that allowed her to die with no one taking responsibility for it. His frown deepening, Ichigo narrowed his eyes. I'm still not following. Yoshiro gave him a forlorn gaze. Ichigo. There are few who could escape punishment for such obvious crime. Think about it. Without missing a beat, Ichigo had the answer. A noble. In this case, not just any noble. In an instant the answer became clear. Tsuna Yoshiro. Check the description for the links to the author.